Hey, YouTube. Hey, Andy. Not quite 8 o'clock yet, so I can't quite start drinking my bucky yet. It's over there. Don't worry, I will be drinking it. Hey, Dunk. Wow, that was a mellow intro. What? Yeah. How's it going, everyone? Yeah, bucky night. Woo! Oh, there is another bottle. Yeah, this was donated to me. Today's Steam is sponsored by Gav, who it was his guitar, the Ibanez I fixed during the week. I swapped the pickups over. They gave me a bottle of bucky. I already had one. But hey, so got one for next week as well. So good, Gav. Oh. But yeah, I hadn't noticed there wasn't a telly on the wall. It's disgusting, yeah. There should always be a telly on the wall. Oh. Never really got on my Ibanez. It depends which Ibanez. I mean, I resisted getting an RG for not really that long. I did have one maybe about 10 years ago. I had a hardtail mahogany oiled one. Which I don't know. There's a certain amount of expectation. No, sorry, Kit, I forgot. Out of sorts. We're on a number 22. 2 ducks. Two Fat Ladies 88. There's 22 something in Bingo Pill. I'm finding actually this strap squeaking a wee bit, which is annoying because it's a leather strap, and it shouldn't. Yeah, no, Ibanez a wee bit. This, when someone says, "Oh, I've got an Ibanez," this is what you think of a Steve Vai or a Joe Satriani type thing. But remember, Ibanez also did that, which if you like something that's like a Strat but better, the Roadsters are like a Strat but better, basically. They're great. Hey, Stratocaster, just talking about a guitar named after you. But what I'm trying to do here is play not what you'd expect on one of these. I've been enjoying playing stuff that you don't think. This just screams, I'm going to start doing pinched harmonics and finger string skipping and 3-note per string runs, and I can't really do any of them. But they do take a wee bit of a while to get used to. Case in question, I bought that one on Hugman A, and okay, it took me ages to get it working properly. But I don't know, something about that one still scares me a bit. It totally feels exactly the same as this one, but I'm not scared of this one. This one, I can do it, and it's got maybe it's the 3 humbuckers is making some sort of difference. I don't know. You were playing Buckycaster 30 today. Your brother bought it. Is that the Telecaster? Because he beat me to it. I was going to go and buy that. That was one of the ones I was going to keep for myself, actually, I think. Assuming it was number 30. I don't remember the names. I did write on the back of them what they were. Hey, Mindy. Burp. Yeah, well, that looks like it's sort of like a bottle of Bucky. It looks a wee bit classy for. No, that's an Irish bottle of Bucky, isn't it? Because it's got a second label on it. What is it that's different about? There's something different about Irish Bucky. I always knew it had a different label, but someone told me recently is it 1% more strong or something like that, or it's got more caffeine in it. Something just a slightly different recipe, so I need to try it. Hey, Ron Van Hee. Back some vacation in Paris and Holland. No, sorry, Netherlands. I think is it racist to call the Netherlands Holland? Is that just one of those things that English people did? Just to be dicks? I'm not really sure. But yeah, the Netherlands, lovely. His guitar gangster. 3 pickups plays great. Yeah, the wee telly was good. It was only 50 quid as well. But I thought some bastard was undercutting me because it doesn't actually say. I don't know. I assume it must say so on the back of it. Holland is just a part of the Netherlands, possibly. Yeah, I know it should be. Just try and call it the Netherlands. The Lowlands. Yeah, no, that was a nice wee guitar. I'm glad it went to someone I know. Then, I was just going to go and buy it back. But to be honest, I wouldn't have kept it. I would have just sold it for 150 quid because that's what it should have been. But there you go. Yeah. But they don't seem to mind. Yeah, I suppose it's just one of those things that if you were going to call, I don't know, I suppose if you were Roman and you came here and you said, this is Caledonia, because that's what the Romans called it. Yeah, totally. It wouldn't bother me at all. It says Nashville Caster on it. All right, that's because it's got the 3 pickups in it. I think what happened there, if memory serves me, I think that was a Jim Deacon that I bought in Rob Royston about 500 yards away from the Rob Royston Asda. I seem to remember it came with a pure amazing hard case. I can't remember what I paid for it. I think I paid 80 quid for it or something like that, but it came with a pure amazing hard case, which is worth like 80 quid, so it was all right. This is another JPAC special. This is my pal who paints guitars. You can see they're accumulating on the walls at a ridiculous rate. I can't help it, but I mean, this guitar was just plain black. And the thing is, although I don't like black guitars, I kind of think I might have changed my mind a little bit over the last few years since I started buying bright coloured t-shirts. But it was just black, and then I took it over to show Hairy Musician 1, Scott. So I got the Ibanez, check it out. And Jen saw it and went, "Oh, can I paint that?" I was like, "Yes!" So it was down to bits. So I never really got enough time on it to fully get too into it. And the whole time Scott's like, "I can't believe you're just doing that with a Japanese RG." I was like, "Yeah, fine." I was also going to ditch the pickups because it's got found out what they're called. It's I knew it was an Invader because they're obvious. It's a Seymour Duncan Invader, a Screaming Demon, and a Pearly Gates. But since I worked at an interesting wiring combination, so you've got like positions 2 and 4 automatically coil split 2 pickups. So you get the 2, just strap position 4, and then strap position 2, and then in the middle you've got humbucker. The humbucker on the outside. But I quite like having the stratty sounds. Hey Charlie, can I recommend any good gigs in Glasgow this weekend? I don't know. I'm kind of out of the gig scene. It's too difficult. It used to be when I was at uni and that, because I had like rail cards and stuff like that going into town all the time. Because I used to be young and not a boring old fart who stayed in. My Saturday night, that was last night, involved going and buying an amp in Springburn at 8:30 at night. So it's like, whoa, rock and roll. I drink on a Sunday now. But I don't know where. I don't know what gigs are on. I'm sorry, Charlie. If you hold on another, I should start plugging the gig. After the end, are playing our first proper Glasgow gig. In fact, our first full gig since the very first one, which was the 17th of August 2019. And at that point, we had a different drummer and a different singer. So I was the new guy who'd only been in the band for, I think it was only a month, and we did an hour and a half set. So now we've got a new drummer and a new singer. So I'm like the second oldest person, the second longest serving member in the band. And it's our first proper full length gig. We played, so it should be like an hour and a half, something like that. The last gig we did was about we did one in November or something like that. It seems a bit more recent than that. Which went really well in Paisley. I think it was about an hour we played. And we didn't have enough songs, because after everyone was like, no, one more song, we're kind of going off. And it was like, I don't know any more songs. Boo, boo. Like, oh, do you want to play Paranoid again? The guys are like, well, maybe. Like, what if we play Paranoid again? Yeah, I'll do. Okay, so we played Paranoid twice. The wee bass amp is surprisingly pretty good. The reason I've never bought one before is because they're really expensive. They're 300 quid. It's not a big thing. It's got a power supply, which is great, but it also runs on AA batteries. You get, the guy said he reckoned he was getting about 8 to 10 hours out of a set of Amazon basic price rechargeable batteries. And about 8 to 10 hours, I don't need any more than that. I could just run that on Lidl bastards. I don't know, was it £2 or something like that? I don't mind that for the amount of time that I'm going to be using it as a battery amp. But as soon as you, I was going to start playing it anyway. Turn off other stuff. Oh. And again, this was last week's new bass. Dude, it's really ridiculous, this bass. I did a test on it, comparing it to my pal's Scott's, Japanese Fender 80s P bass, which used to look the same as this before we got a new scratch plate. And it's not that different. Oh, it's not that one I want to plug in, is it? So we have that one. I need to get into color coding. The amps have a different amp stuck in it. Obviously, you're not going to hear it because I'm standing in front of it, but there you go. It's all right. 4x2. I can't remember exactly. Is it 4-inch speakers? It's a 4x4. So that's the same as a 16-inch speaker. So that's, I mean, the thing about the wee bass amps is, I'm in the house playing that thing, right? Which, to be honest, that's the sort of thing I should have bought, but they're normally hundreds of pounds, and it was cheap, so I bought it. I bought that by mistake. Didn't realize it was going to be that size. Oh shit! Did I leave that in? Cats. No, I mean, the guy seemed all right. It was just a wee bit kind of weird, a bit strange. He was trying to talk. It's almost like he was trying to speak faster than he could speak. So he was still speaking really fast. And if you're not from Glasgow, you'll know that I don't speak fast. Really, I do compared to a lot of people. I don't know if Mr. White's not here with his. I talk real. I got Texas. Yeah, I'm a Mandalorian. That level. People don't talk like that here. But he was just speaking twice the speed I am, and it was quite. He seemed like a lovely guy, though. Seemed a wee bit sort of distant. I don't know if maybe. I didn't realize I'd left it in. I was just kind of talking to myself a little bit there. So sorry. Hope he doesn't watch this. It doesn't matter. But he said he used to go to. He said something about. I do. Is that like cosplay? All right. I no idea what he was talking about. I don't. Yeah, I do talk pretty fast, but not as fast as a lot of people in Glasgow do. Kind of intentionally, partly from when I was going out with Civic, because she was Taiwanese, speaking a little bit slower, so she had a chance of understanding me. And this when I started doing the YouTube, trying to speak a bit clearer and a bit slower, but it doesn't really work that work. Cosplay, I don't know what furries is, but I assume these are sexual terms. Probably. I don't know. No, I got them playing the bass. I don't know. Is there a big sort of leather and latex and bass playing thing or furry? I don't know. A71 bass. How's it going? I want to know why it's really hot. Again, cosplay is just one step away from the fetish scene. Well, I don't know. Is it? I mean, it's like what? It depends. I don't know. Yes, I suppose. But I got the impression, I think he said, I didn't really understand. I don't know whether it was, for some reason in my head, I pictured him dressed up as Chewbacca walking about some sort of festival in Edinburgh. Don't know why I thought that. That's not a sexual fetish, by the way. But he had that. He said it's not too bad. You can just put a guitar strap on it. Not a strap on. No, you put a guitar strap on it. And you can wear it around your neck, but it's not a lightweight thing. It's Hey, how do you rate the old Jim Deacon? I rate the old Jim Deacon amazing. It's fantastic. It's just a proper P bass. I did need to do a wee bit of work to it. The guy said he bought it on eBay for like 45 quid or something like that. And I was like, damn it, I'll give you less then. But he's put new roto sounds on it, so it's got 20 pounds worth of strings on it. So I'm not going to grumble. Plus, I knew how to fix it. I had a high second fret, which I assume it probably had from new. I mean, there's very little fret wear on it. I was going to say that one there's a little bit worn, but that's the one I filed down. But it's not really been played, I think. And also the fingerboard, it looks quite light just now, but honestly, it was that colour when I got it. It was like totally looked like it was a maple neck. It was that sun faded. So I think it's been hanging up in direct sunlight for 10 years, never been played, sort of thing. But I mean, it's just a proper P bass, and there's not really anything to say. Which are sort of comical with lots of cosplayers, good vibe, not at all sexual. Yes, I think it's much more that as well. That's why when I said I figured it was Star Trek or like dressed like Chewbacca or something like that, going to one of these things. I remember saying it was a really cringe video my wee brother did. Him and my two wee brothers went to the SECC. This is probably 15 years ago, and before YouTube, he had took a camcorder video, and he was outside the SECC in Glasgow, and there was like 3 stormtroopers that they went up and talked to. He had his video camera with him, and they didn't know how to do I can't even remember, but one of the scenes is that these aren't the droids you're looking for, or something like that. Move along, and none of the stormtroopers knew to say, move along now, and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake, even I know that, and I'm not a super Star Wars geek. I do have a lightsaber on the wall there, if anyone's ever noticed, but that's as far as it goes. But as you can see, my two wee brothers like that, pure fuck's sake, you own a stormtrooper costume. There's 3 of you, and none of you know the correct dialogue for that scene. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I could probably have a good stab at it if it came to it. Kind of bizarre. Hey Tom, Frank. Another Sunday is upon us, another week. And I was complaining there about why it's hot. It's like genuinely the last time it's been hot here was last Sunday. started, you know, it's like not particularly hot during the day, but as soon as it gets to sort of 5 o'clock, suddenly start sitting going, oh man, it's the wind dies and it's pure roasting. That's what's happened now. So I'm gonna have to be using my wee towelette thing because I'm gonna be a sweaty bastard tonight. But there you go. Oh. What's the score with that Tiger Bat wing Gretsch? It wasn't mine. It's my pal Tegan. You see that quite a lot of the time. I get guitars that don't really, not saying they don't suit me. They're not my kind of thing. But I mean, all guitars are cool. Provided they work, all guitars are cool. I don't like the price of a lot of these ones. But it's not mine. It's my pal Ian's. He comes over. I think it's just I fixed some of them. I didn't need anything done to it. I just want this guitar for a video. I think he's probably got a room similar to this in his house, like the box room in his house. I think he's got at least one kid and all that. And his wall is like kind of, see, like amp heads. So he's got like one 2x12 cabinet and then about 6 amp heads, you know, like Marshalls and Fenders and stuff like that, all in it. And the place is just rammed up to the roof with guitar cases and stuff. So I think he just doesn't have like physically enough room to have another guitar. So I think he comes over here going, right, I was up here. Oh, do you want a shot of these 2 guitars? You've not had them before. And that gives him enough room to get the door closed in his room, in his music room, I think. I've got another one as well. I've got a Firebird, which is quite interesting. So that'll be, but I mean, it's good for the videos. I quite enjoy playing them. I kind of intentionally don't play them at all until I just basically open the case, tune it up, and then turn on the video, just so you get like a first impressions, because that's I could play it for a while. A70, I picked up a 1987 RBX 800 yesterday for 50 quid. The bridge is ridiculously over-engineered. Yeah, I've been having a fight with an RBX 470, which I doubt's got the same hardware on it. The bridge on that's actually the bridge from it there. That's the bridge. I wouldn't have said that was particularly over-engineered, but that's the bridge that's off that RBX 470. Something like that. 370. Something's at the active one with humbuckers. And I got Jen to paint it because I was after the second day I went over after she'd painted that first one. I thought it looked good. It was like, right. I grabbed a couple of guitars that were hanging up in my garage that I've been working on. That Yamaha bass and the Flying V. And I kind of not really thought about it enough. So I still had a hell of a lot of work to them. There's a reason they've been hanging on my wall for a couple of years in the garage. Like, but it turns out the truss rod was gone. No matter how much I tightened it up, it was still bending. So I tried putting washers behind it and tightening it up and all that. And then last night I put it in the oven to get it. I've done it with guitar necks a couple of times, but you kind of put it in the oven and seal it up with towels and then heat it up. Not too much. And it kind of goes bendy. And the idea is you can put that and clamp it in place when it's pure roasting hot and then leave it overnight. And in the morning, it'll be in that shape, which kind of worked on the bass neck. And then I was cranking up the truss rod and it just snapped. So it's like, right, bucket's gone. So currently that's in the garage. It's getting a stag neck on it. And I've cut pieces of metal to stick down the sides of the neck so it fits. Well, we'll see what happens. Oh, we've got a bad fret. I've never actually played this one up here then. We've got a high 20th fret. No, just as well I'm playing this. I'll sort that out before I sell it. Not that you're ever really up on the... Just that 19th fret on the bass is a bit gone, which is a bit annoying. But yes, I mean, Yamaha, I had a guitar. It was a Yamaha Session 2 820, and it had a Floyd Rose type thing on it, and it was so over-engineered, it was ridiculous. I could never get it to work 100% right, though. Well, it worked and it stayed in tune, no problem, but see when you did the sort of Chuck Berry, bend one note, and then keep another note, it's like when you bent a note, the bridge lifted up, and I just couldn't get it to not do that. I don't seem to get it to the same extent in all these guitars, but that one, for some reason, it did, but it was so over-engineered, it was stupid. Do you like the new amp? Yes, I do. I'm annoyed that this bass now doesn't have that thing, but it's got thing in it. It's got and it's got thing as well. Don't know if you can hear that. It's got tons of chorus on it. So I've not been using the chorus ever. So good as that one. Flanger. I quite like the fact it's got a drum machine in it. It's dead handy. Now, it's actually a much easier to use drum machine than that one on the floor that I use all the time. Oh, yeah. Cheers, Kit Kat. Spike the likes up the group. Hey, Aunt Wales. Everyone's back for more. Yeah. Hey, speaking of tremolos, I have a 1985 Aria Pro Iron Man. Wow. I didn't know there was an Iron Man. Awesome. I hope, and you must have played Iron Man on it quite soon. Hope you did. The weirdest, most complicated tremolo, I would imagine 1985 Aria Pro has is it an Act 2? Is it not just exactly the same as a normal Floyd Rose, apart from instead of having the wee stupid bit where you unscrew it and put the wee block that always falls out, there's like a flap that comes down to lock it, sort of thing. It might be something more complicated. It might have a Caller on it or something. It was from 1985. It's not a Caller flyer that's on it, is it, Tom? Because I've got my Blade Runner is 1985, and Blade Runner, Iron Man, Night Warrior. I think that was the 1985 range. They kind of painted a lot of their guitars black, gave them really cool names, and put like bar magnet pickups, blade pickups. So that's why mine's a Blade Runner, but it's got a Caller in it, and you get ones with fancy stuff to kind of. The whole idea of like having an entirely new range of guitars when it's basically just all the stuff we've already made, but we've put different hardware on it and painted it black, giving it a cool name. Oh, that's a Roland. I've been looking for that one of them since I bought a Godin bass, and the bloke demoed it through one of them. Fantastic. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things that I'm not paying £200, but that's a second-hand value, £200 for a wee battery amp. So I didn't. I got it really cheap. I did make sure I took my bass with me just to make sure it was working. I also wanted to make sure it actually sounded like a bass amp, and it does. Well, it does when you don't have the flanger on. That's it. When it goes loud, but when you've got it up full bung, it does just distort a bit. Well, that's not right. I mean that's fucking. My stipulation was I really wanted it to be able to play the bass and still sound like a bass playing along with some drunk person battering an acoustic guitar. It does that. That's it. Actually, I saw people complaining about it, going, it's no use. It doesn't play along with a drum kit. And it's like, you bought a 5-watt battery powered amp and you wanted to play along with a drum kit. Okay. I bought a Fiat Panda. It's a really shit time round the Nürburgring. I couldn't even get it up above 110 mile an hour like that pair. Yeah. The Fiat Panda. Buy a Ferrari or something if you want to do 200 mile an hour. Yeah, well, got my pickup set from China less than a week ago to arrive, and they look top quality, a huge upgrade to the stock ones. Which guitar? But I mean, yes, the Chinese pickups are always really good. The thing is, I bet you didn't pay that much for them. You're only talking A Nature Happy, Matsumoka, was some weird shit. Weirdish. I take it as meant to be shit in 1985. Yeah, 1985's kind of. That's when the change happened. There was a change in maybe 1984 that I think there was a change in the exchange rate. I think Japan were on some. I don't know. This is just there was something happened with the exchange rates. I think they were under some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? What is it they do in Star Wars Episode 1? The taxation of trade routes thing. That thing. I think there was something to do with that because of the Second World War or something like that. And it was the same here. We couldn't get fenders in Britain because of a ban. There's a word for the reason we couldn't get American imports because the Americans dropped a nuclear bomb, so it was like they were punished, sort of thing. Nobody could buy things off them. Yeah. Oh. Not the usual Act 2. It's hard to explain. No markings. I don't know. I'll need to look it up, see what's done. The Washburn Wonder Bra is the most complicated thing ever made. It's a bit extreme, isn't it? Yeah, the Wonder Bra. Yeah. Bass effects are okay if they sound usable when you don't lose the bass. I totally understand. I get you completely. That's what I noticed, like using a fuzz pedal with the bass. I like the idea of using a fuzz pedal with the bass, but as soon as you plug any of my fuzz pedals straight into the bass amp, all the low end just disappears. I mean, the actual fuzz bit sounds good. That's why I noticed it when I'm playing in here, because I've got like an A/B switch to put both amps on, so I can have the bass amp still playing clean bass and the guitar amp playing the fuzz bit. Oh, it sounds wonderful. And you get, if you're looking at a pedal to do that, you need one with a wet and dry mix thing on it, and you can mix the two together. You can't just have a fuzz pedal. It's got to be a fuzz pedal with this wet dry thing, so that if you put it all the way to one side, you've still got the low frequencies. But Embargo, Washburn Wonder Bra. I'm putting this bass down. That's really annoying me, the way that it's got that. I've now noticed that fret went wrong. I was playing that all day yesterday, and in fact, I'll play this one. I'll play this one. I'll play this one just now. Can't beat the wee red bass, really. I sorted it. It turns out I'd wired it up wrong. I kept complaining about the fact that the volume control, if you've had the volume control at full, the tone control worked. But as soon as you put the volume down to 9, the tone control stopped working. So I started it. £30 for the set with delivery and tax. Pretty much copy of a Duncan JB flat strat and a hot rail. Yeah. Oh. Not an embargo. Embargo's not the word. It's something like that, though. Hey, Hulk Hogan been out in a boat recently. I have not, and it sucks. Next year. Wasn't just Fender, Brooks Brothers. I think it was everything American. Trade embargo. I don't know. Sanction. Hi. I told you to stack a tube screamer into a fuzz. Buckets of difference. Got a tube screamer and a fuzz and a line there. I'll try it in a minute. I don't think that would work for a bass to sort that problem we're talking about, where you just lose all the low end. On a bass, on a guitar, it might do a huge difference. The best distortion I ever had on a bass is through a little Ashdown Rootmaster 220. I've never heard of an Ashdown. Oh, Ashdown are the ones that had the wee VU meter on the front that look really cool. Yeah. 60 sounding. I like that. Hey, Stone Ranger. Talking to you later on. The wee red bass is an iconic piece of Mad Malcolm lore. Damn right it is. It's that was do you notice that riff there was Doctor Who to start with, and then I went into Restless Natives a bit. Trade deal, I'm not sure, Pontiac, to be honest. But I think it was just something to do with it. There was definitely a change in Japan in about 1984, 1985, because they started making the guitars cheaper, basically. Anything from sort of 81, 82, and 83, you get the absolute golden era, as far as I'm concerned, about getting guitars that, maybe it's just because I can still find them quite cheap. That's when you get most of the ones that I like. Although that one's 86. So yeah, there's outliers in that. But yeah. Don't like it so much. You love fuzz and it's lonesome. I get it if you're trying to hear it in a mix or something. Yeah, I know fuzz and stuff makes a big difference. It's a weird thing in a mix, isn't it? I was kind of lucky in that the Cranking House band I was in until a couple of months ago. Partly because the bass player didn't play very many notes, so I had so much room. I had ever any problem with being heard or being in the mix. I wasn't even playing loud. I could literally, I didn't have to deal with any pedals. I just used the guitar, so I could just turn the guitar volume down to 3/4, play clean, but the clean bits just ramp it up to full whack, That brought the, it overloaded the preamp on the Sovtech, and I had a rat pedal sound, and I never had any problem with not being heard. Assuming I set the volume right, but it was so different. But the frequency range I had was, you had an Epiphone EBO kind of, but bassier than this, that kind of thing going on, and then drums and singing. So everything else was me, so I could basically play whatever I wanted, and you could hear me. It was good fun. Everything in America was expensive for the people of UK. I think it was more to it than that, Pontiac. I think, I'm pretty sure that, we're going back to the 60s here, because I don't think it was possible. I don't think it was a case of, oh, you can't buy a Fender Strat, they're too expensive. It was, you can't buy a Fender Strat. Because Cliff Richard had to order the British Strat, which is Hank Marvin's Fiesta Red one with the gold hardware on it and the bird's eye maple neck, from a catalogue in 1959 or something like that, or 1960. And he had to order it from a catalogue. And the reason he bought a Strat was because he was a massive James Burton fan who plays a telly, but he'd never seen any pictures of James Burton. He knew he played a Fender, but I didn't know that. So he just basically, Cliff got they had their number one hit or whatever it was, got the Fender catalogue sent over from America. And Hank's like, well, he must play the most expensive one. We'll have that. Bang. And I think the equivalent value of something like 20 grand or something they paid for that Strat. So that was the first Strat that any British people ever saw. I think once you get like 5 years later, they started importing them. But so I was you talking about Bucky Caster, yeah, but at least someone we know got it. Fuzz is fuzz, but the boost of the tube works buckets. You get it. Yeah. I remember the change mid-80s. I was a teen. Japan was hot and then went down fast. I think it's the old thing about, I do understand it. If you're buying, it happens with the Washburns. Like if you're buying a Washburn Falcon and it's $500, and then the following year it's $1,000, you're like, So what they had to do was make it for half the price so they could keep the price kind of the same. So they just spent less money making the guitar, hence why Yamaki went under and started making them elsewhere. And then that they kind of struggled on for a couple of years. And by the time it got to 86, 87, they just went and built guitars in Korea. And not that I'll get anything against Korean guitars, but they're nothing like as good as the Japanese ones, even though they look the same. You'll see that very much with Aria Pros, because they were kind of running them both at the same time. So the higher end models in sort of 85, 86, 87, the sort of higher end models were Japanese, and they looked just the same as the Korean ones, but if you were to build it now, the Korean ones cost a third as much to build as the Matsumoku ones. But they kept the price the same, and they put fancy paint jobs on them and branded hardware to make them look, but they just weren't the same. The early Fenders and Gibson were just brought over an airline. Yeah, totally. Cliff Richard eats pizza with a knife and fork. I've heard worse things about Cliff. I was actually why was I thinking? This sounds really perverse. I was singing a Cliff Richard song in the shower the other day. I was thinking, he get done a couple of years ago, and he was pure appalled from, like, the newspapers hit him with something about feeling up some girl in 1961 or something like that, and it was obviously all unfounded because you never heard anything about it after that. But they still accused him, and I think he just shat it and hid away since then. But I don't mind. There is something not quite right about Cliff, but Wired for Sound, Devil Woman, those are good songs. I don't care. I'm sure he's put a play. Was it? I can't remember either of those songs. But Wired for Sound's a great song. Cliff Richard wears leather trousers. Hey, Mr. Whitesnake, how's it going? But we're slagging you off earlier on, so you have to go back later on. Marlin were the best sellers back in the 80s. They were, but I think that was the old, basically the Harley Benton of their day. It's like, pure, look at this. You can buy a boring looking Fender copy, or you can buy a Marlin. Look, it's got fancy paint. It's got metallic paint. A Floyd Rose type tremolo, which you see on the expensive American guitars. You know, it's like, oh, it's just like a Floyd Rose, apart from made of cheese. There were and plywood and Cliff was gutted when he put the slide. I'd stop slagging off Cliff Richard. like Rick at the Young Ones, I'm a Cliff Richard fan. When I say fan, I'm not really a fan, but I mean, I think he's got some good songs. I quite like him. Even the 1985 Aria Pros are not quite the same quality as the earlier Japanese ones. It was 85 was a big change. Sort of. Yeah. Sort of. I know what you mean. I don't know the prices of them at the time, but a little bit. I think 85 might be a bit of a changeover. That was the whole idea, I think, when I was saying there about the Iron Man, which I'd never heard of, the Blade Runner and the Night Warrior, and all that was this sort of, we've got to somehow make them appear more sexy or something. So that's when there's actually Aria Pro adverts. I've seen them. I should maybe buy one. I found one, a poster with, like a sexy girl fully with her boobs out, not like pure wearing a skimpy bikini. No, tit suit for the lads, totally Aria Pro boobs, and that thing that you always see when you ever see models like who've never played a guitar before. Which I know it shouldn't be annoying. You're looking at a sexy girl dressed in leather with her boobs out, holding an Aria Pro guitar, but they're kind of holding it like the way no one who's ever played a guitar can hold a guitar. It's like kind of like they're. I don't know. I can't do it. It's like one of those things that you hand me a guitar and it looks like I should have a guitar on. Actually, I've not thought about this for ages, but you very much used to. I always remember seeing you could always tell someone who played the guitar, but they were quite good and they were having a shot of a bass. The bass never looked right on them. The guitarists hold bass funny, and it's the same way if you get a bass player who's playing the guitar. There's something funny about it. Because I've always played both, I'm comfortable with both instruments. I've always played the two of them at the same time. It's kind of bizarre. Move It plus First Track. It's like kind of that's the British Elvis or whatever it is. I love that Rick Mel made a thing of Cliff Richard being the most uncool music to like. He knew something. Yeah, but I mean, I remember when I was at Scouts. So when was that? Scouts, whatever year it was. Cliff Richard did The Young Ones was on Top of the Pops with the Young Ones in the video. He re-released the Young Ones because the Young Ones was a thing and they were in it. So I mean, he was in on the joke. Whether maybe he just didn't know and his record company told him to do it. So up here, that Young Ones program's doing really well, and they use your song, The Young Ones, at the start. Release it as a single because I remember it pure. Baby, they're the young ones, and then the young ones would like appear from outside the door going young ones, and then it was like, that was kind of funny. Yeah. Silver Span, a Marlin Sidewinder. It was my first bass. Smashed it smithereens. Wouldn't have wished anyone else to feel the pain. Good call. I didn't know there was a Sidewinder bass. To be fair, I do remember remember playing in the Clutha Vaults in Glasgow for a month or something like that. We went in and there was a sort of, I wouldn't really call it an acoustic jam. It was ran by basically, it was me and 3 or 4 of my pals went in and there was basically folk that were dead similar to us in there. So they turned up and they didn't just have an acoustic, they had an electric amp, like congas, and a synthesizer, a Gen SX1000 synthesizer, which my pal Chris had one. So we went in and it was up here. Oh, what do you mean? It's like an open mic acoustic jam night, but we can all go up and play at the same time. And I remember we won a bottle. I've still got a bottle of vodka sitting in the garage. It's well, I've drank it obviously, but we played Atom Heart Mother, the whole first side of Atom Heart Mother in there, and the whole place were just like, not to the fact of going, this is pure amazing, just going, oh my god, they're playing all of Atom Heart Mother on, and they had a Marlin bass. It was just all black and it had Marlin Fish on the 12th fret, but it was all right. Come in Aria Pro to the page you go. No, but honestly, look them up because I mean, you get there's pretty sexy ones, and you go up here, it's like pure. You can maybe see the nipples through the dress, or you're just like it's damn close. But I mean, there are Aria Pro ones where it is just full on boobs, girl with like the pure super permed hair, like that, holding the guitar like she's playing it. Yeah. Cliff's harmless a bit of a topper, but my mom's a fan. And Mistletoe and Wine is a bad Mistletoe and Wine. Oh, come on. I don't even know who Maria Whittaker is. And a PE series, right? I thought you were going to say. I thought you said PRS there. And I was like, up here, PRS. You're in the wrong channel, mate. Earlier Marlins are made by Museum of Germany. See a lot of them for sale here in Kent, but never tried one. I bet they aren't too bad. They're brilliant. I've got a couple of videos of it. Of the Museum ones there. Well, they're good. They're made in GDR, East Germany. So the hardware is a bit. In fact, I've actually got the pots from it. The pots aren't guitar pots. They're like the sort of thing you would expect to find in a hi-fi. The pots in those guitars because it was communist Russia. I don't know. I don't want to get demonetized by talking about things I don't really know. There's some reason. So basically, the wood that they're made of is what grows in East Germany. So it's like, I don't know, like spruce and larch and elm and all that crap, rather than being maple and mahogany, which grow, And so the wood is made there, and I think all the parts are as well. But they're not the very first Marlins, the Musima ones, are not the same as the ones that were made in Wales. Yeah, they're made in Wales because it says Wales on the neck plate. They're not made in Wales. Guitar question before we all get too pissed. How do you stop the strings coming out the nut that has a pointy headstock? It's a stupid design, isn't it? I don't really have a pointy headstock guitar. I suppose you're kind of getting it a wee bit with this bass. You can see that this has a string tree on it to stop that. But see, a more pointy headstock, what you're talking about is the headstock's like this. So this string here is coming in at an angle like this onto the nut. You can get one of those if I got a guitar that's got the bar thing on it. That's got it on it. Maybe if you look on eBay, it's only going to be a couple of quid. I don't even know what you call it. This retaining bar thing. Something like that might sort it. But it's a stupid design. I'm not classing. You could class that as a pointy headstock, but the strings still go straight. You're talking about the ones that are pure away out here, even like the Explorer, where the strings coming in like this and then going over the nut. It's either that or you get a new nut. It's annoying. It's basically your nuts probably just not get big enough sides on it. But ideally, you want the strings to be going in straight. Yeah, I remember it was almost a riot in Basingstoke when Sam Fox opened a car garage. I went from school at lunchtime to a betting shop. Lindsay Lusardi was opening. Well, there you go. Those are names I've not heard for years. Hey, it's all right. You can like your PRS. That's fine. I don't know. I like everything. Didn't they say some Honors were made in Wales? What's that all about? It's the same thing as the Marlin thing because Honor bought Marlin. So Marlin were originally made by Musima in East Germany for only like a year or something. Then they moved to God knows where they made them, but they said on the back, Marlin. It didn't say made in Wales. It said Marlin guitars, blah, 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 Wales, P.O. box type thing, the same the way that BC Rich did it, Kramer did it. Lots of guitar companies did it. It's like, I've used to make Kramers. I've got my Kramer Focus is made in Japan. And then the following year, the new Beretta, which is the proper name. Mine should be a Beretta, but it's actually called a Focus. It's got the wrong headstock because it's a copy of the original Beretta. They brought out the original Beretta, and it's like, look, it says, is it Fort Worth, Texas on the neck plate? It's an American one. Oh, it's an American. Is it? Fuck. It's a terrible, basically. It's better than a Marlin, but similar category. But Kramer are one of those ones you have to worry about a little bit. But Honor bought Marlin. So there was a period where you got Marlin by Honor. After that, 85, 86, something like that. I don't know if I've seen. I don't think I've ever actually owned one that said it doesn't say made in Wales. It says it's got the PO box or the address of the company in Wales. So BC Rich did it as well. It's like up here. Oh, BC Rich, blah blah blah. New York. Was it New York? New Jersey? Yeah, they opened up. BC Rich opened up an office, or they moved their American head office to New Jersey. And then the NJ series, which I've got 3 of, the Nagoya Japan NJ, right, were fucking brilliant guitars. Way good. And then up comes 1985, something like that. And they went, right, Japan's too expensive. Korea, here we come. Oh, P.O. Box, blah, 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 New Jersey. Still the NJ series. This is just the same as the one you could buy last year. That's why it's only $50 more. And it's like, it's $50 more and it cost a fifth as much to build. Brilliant. Sam Fox was with Paul Stanley for a bit. Really? That's one of those things that I believe you, but it can't be true. Maybe, I don't know. Oh. One of those tenants lasses. Bodley didn't pay taxes and ended up working for South Ayrshire Council doing up lifts. Well, there you go. Sam Fox, okay. Do you remember? I do remember Music Yo. That was just it was the first internet. It was kind of like what Chapman did, I think, where it was kind of bypass the middleman type thing. So you were buying them sort of straight from the factory. Music Yo. I remember I was at one point I was going to buy. I must have been in the blind dug at the time. So we're talking about maybe I read about 2000, 2001, something like that. And you could they'd like the Kramer Focus. It was like a Stratocaster. I didn't have a Strat at the time, and you could buy like a 4-pack for 200 quid, something like that, for a Kramer Strat. Like 4 of them for 200 quid. So I was like, that, pal. I was like, up here, fucking, and there was like 6 colours. I was like, up here, do you want to chip in 50 quid each? And we'll get a Kramer Strat each, and you can choose your colour, sort of thing. But that's just that was what that Music Yo thing was. It was companies that Gibson owned, but weren't really doing anything with. So it's like when I don't know, Kramer Gibson bought Kramer and was it Steinberger and Guild, and I can't remember what other makes there were in there. Like Legacy makes it basically like what they did with Epiphone. Oh, people, this Epiphone company are competing with our 335 with their Casino. Oh, what do we do? Do we build a better guitar? No, let's just buy the company. So they just bought the company and then retired it, and then brought it back a few years later as a budget version of Gibson. Yeah, so they did that with a few things. That's actually where Squire came from as well. Squire were originally a strings manufacturer, one of the big guitar strings manufacturer, and Fender just bought them to stop them making strings because they were competition. And then several years later, it's like, all right, well, all these these import Stratocasters we've tried suing them and stuff that we can't really fight them with. Here's an American guitar, I don't know what the equivalent of $1,000. They're producing one for 200 quid, like a cheapy one like that. Well, damn. I mean, obviously, but so that's why they sort of dug Squire out, and then Squire became a thing in its own right. Never saw a Kramer other than on TV. I've got one. I don't really know that much about them. Sorry, I'm not keeping up with the chat at all. But I mean, if you really want to do it, just type it in again or send me £1. I've got the super chat. Had a BC Rich NJ with 3 NJST. Is that kind of like the sort of super stratty looking one of all the BC Riches? The Gunslinger, is that the Gunslinger? Shave him, bro. I think I'm missing something. Hey, Clive, when I was a kid, I fell for that trick. Had a Marlin Strat. They said it was Wales, UK in the plate. I think they were Korean, but played dreadful. Yeah. Well, the thing about the Korean stuff is it's not the same. It's not the same factories. They learned how to build stuff. I mean, I think it's the same thing happened in Japan. Japan in the 60s weren't necessarily particularly good at building guitars. I think Yamaha always were good, but a lot of the other ones were like kind of. But they like, as the American companies sort of went over, and basically they took experts over and showed them how to build guitars, kind of thing. She's not Paul Stanley. I thought she was a lazy. Yeah, I'm not sure. Fender bought Guild late 90s. There we go. Yeah. So rumor has it you could pick up a 6-pack of Kramers in China for cheap. Used to be able to. Yes. I don't know what Kramer are doing now. Do you get Kramers just now? Are they still on the go? You do occasionally see those Music Yo ones, but I mean, obviously we're talking about going back 2000. You're looking at pictures on the internet and they look just like the real ones. Now you just know it's basically a Harley Benton. It looks like a Kramer into it. When Trace Elliott got bought out and SWR got bought out, they were buying up everything. Yeah. Vintage modified Squires and classic vibe Squires. I'd discuss them, but yeah, I know what you mean. So the classic vibe are guitars from the 60s and 70s that Fender never made, I think. So they never, like you get one that's like, they never made like a Telecaster with 2 P90s in it, sort of thing. But they could have, and it's the sort of thing they would have done, but they didn't do it. And then the vintage modified is if you were in a pawn shop in the 80s, you might find a Fender Stratocaster that someone had put a humbucker in. So they made that. So it's not the sort of thing they would have made. It's the sort of thing that someone who bought a guitar in the 60s or 70s and then did their own thing to it, maybe put a Floyd Rose in it or an extra pickup kind of thing. But I think that's the difference. Sutherland Trading, with the parent company of Ireland, based in Bedwas near me, they distribute Honor Revelation. There you go. Bernie, Fernandez, and Crafter. Well, there you go. So I'd imagine when you say they distribute these things, they probably had more involved in Marlin. You might have found that they were distributing. It's kind of bizarre having Revelation and Bernie or Honor are still going. Honor still make mouth organs. Did Honor not make the proper mouth organs, like a proper pro mouth organs of Honor? I think. I don't think Honor were ever shit. I think Honor was one of those companies that always were in the sort of selling cheap musical instruments to schools, sort of thing. That kind of thing. You could get like Honor classical guitars and like that they did that as well. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Oh, the Tesco's wants to sell. When did old and crap become vintage and classic? Well, I don't know. If you're talking about Westtones, it happened for me about, I don't even know. When did I buy my Hondo Telecaster? Because I had my first bass was a Westtone. I used to see Westtones all the time, and it was very, very unfashionable to have like a Westtone looking guitar when I started playing the guitar in the mid-90s. The Britpop was about, so everyone was playing, vintage looking guitars. It was all 335s and things like that. But the music I liked was all from the 60s, so they played Strats and SGs and Les Pauls and stuff. So the whole idea of having something like that just appalled me. And when we were talking, the Westtones kind of fitted into that category. Just really not what I want. I don't want to be seen with that. So at some point they changed. Papa Roaches, I don't even know Papa Roach. But the thing is, it's even it comes down to, I was a little bit disappointed when I bought that RG because I thought that model came out in 1993. And I thought, it's a 1993. I'm pushing that as vintage. But it's actually a 2000 model. So you're like, still fucking vintage because it's more than 20 years old. Once it's 20 years old, it's vintage. You can't argue that. Bizarre. I've owned a few of the classic vibes, Telly 50s and Strat 60s. They were really good. Yeah, they look really good. I don't know. It depends. I'm kind of... If whatever your thing is, the problem is once with these things, once you've played like this type of thing, the Roadsters and the Aria Pros and stuff, like the really good Japanese ones, the Squire Classic Vibes are very expensive because they're like 2 or 3 times the price and they're nothing like as good. They're still great. I'm playing this as an encore bass. Up here, love it. It's brilliant. Yeah, totally. Just that they're not. There's better guitars you can get for the same price if you hunt about and are not super picky about what color you get or what shape it is. Sorry, I'm just trying to read the stuff at the top. I had a Classic Vibe 60. The body wood was very light. It seemed it would pull screws easily. Oh, there you go. I think Marlin was a house brand. Yes. Alan Entwistle's been around with Sutherland for years. He designed loads of Honor guitars. Revelation is his thing now. He also did Badger guitars, which didn't last very long. But they were really fucking good. And yes, is it? I don't know. It's Trevor Wilkinson that works with him. Oh, I know. I don't. I'm not nature happy. I'm not saying that they're not good. I'm not saying the Classic Vibes are not good. It's just you could see that Ibanez Roadster there. You could put that in a fight with like any American Strat, and there's a fucking fight in it. So it's better and cheaper, but it doesn't look like a Strat. It's an 80s looking thing. Hey Thomas, how's it going? Oh hey, Yoakum, who can't comment. What the fuck's that all about? Yoakum, I'll be playing the Blazer. I don't know. I'm not. It's sitting there, but I always thought the Classic Vibe was close to your Westtones. Really? Was that'd be a later on Westtones? I don't know. The thing is, it's that now I've been doing this for years. I set them up. I know what it's like back in they started playing. Still see people do it today. It's like bought a new bass. Why? The action was too high on my old bass. there's adjustable things on it, but yeah, just the quality's not there. Hondo Professional Series, that's because they're made by Matsumoto or Tokai, depending on which one it is. I've actually got a Hondo Professional bass. They're very good. My thoughts on the old Japanese stuff is the wood is old and is very good quality, but some of the newer stuff, the wood is not on par and it's growing quickly. I think there's an element of that. I know that that's one of the reasons that Fender and Gibson struggled a little bit against the Japanese, because the Japanese don't have wood in the same way. So they would buy all their wood from Canada, the same as the Americans would, but they bought the expensive stuff. So things like my Washburn Falcon, with an inch thick rosewood top and all that. Gibson could have bought that. I'm not paying that for a wood. No, I'm not paying that. And so basically that's kind of how that happened. But also the aging thing. I've heard that before from people going like that. So I remember, I think it was Antorius the guy was talking. Was like, I remember Antorius been in the guitar shop in McCormick's or whatever it was in Glasgow in the late 70s, and they weren't like they are now. I was like, oh, they've changed the design. No, then it was a new guitar. Now it's 40 years old. The wood's aged, so it's better because over time it kind of turns to stone. ELO song, you know what I mean? It's like it's starting to the fibers crystallize and stuff. So ultimately, if you take a piece of wood and then on a really premium guitar, you're going to dry it out for years and years and years and years. Yeah, so like your PRSs and your Gibson custom shop stuff you get now, if you're paying 5-10 grand for a guitar, that wood has been aged a lot, possibly kiln dried, but whatever. It's been aged a lot, but it's not been aged for 40 years. Whereas even something like that, which is the Aria Pro, which wasn't made, and it's not by no means an expensive model. That's like the second cheapest in the line or something, probably the cheapest Aria Pro you could buy at the time. But that wood is now 40 years old, so it's been 40 years. It's been crystallizing and drying, so it's a different guitar. Oh, I'm not able to catch up with it. Mr. Whitestate, Kramer Striker is a super strat thing with a dark grey maple flame. Once you get close to it, it's flashy. It's a sexy hockey hair. So, tested mouse talker. Sorry, Thomas. Bamboo guitars are mints. They're not actually made by Tushin. I've got one sitting in the hall, which I forgot to take round to Jen's last week. Tushin built them. And it's one of those things that on paper and in actuality, it's a great idea. It's really stable. It will not twist. It will not warp. But I don't want a bamboo guitar. Oh, bamboo. That's pure shit. Bamboo. You can't make pandas eat that. You can't make a guitar out of that. Therefore, you don't get them anymore. No, nothing to do with, have you played one? No, I've not played one. No, but pandas eat bamboo. You can't have that. Is why that happened. Which is that's just the way things work. I've got an 82 Concorde. You've got quite a few. You've got 82 Concorde 3. I don't know. I'm not sure what a Concorde 3 is. 82 Thunder 2. Yes. Washburn A5. Nice. Washburn T-Bird. Nice. An 82 Vantage. I don't know what a VHS is. Yeah, no, great. Super. But do you fix them up yourself? Have you worked on them? Because the chances are these things could be great, but see, if you go a little bit ridiculous about it and you start adjusting all the shit, you can really get more. Oh, Jen, I was talking about you 2 seconds ago. I don't think I said anything nasty though. I'm playing you. Yeah. I have no problem with kiln dry stuff. No, I don't have any problem either. But I think the thing is, even if you kiln dry it or you dry it naturally for 10 years, that's not the same as a guitar that's been in tension for 40 years. It's not only has these pieces of wood been drying out for 40 years, they've also been strung up and played. So for those 40 years, a good whack of that has been vibrating and playing. And I know it sounds a little bit voodoo and probably a little bit of bullshit, but the idea of the more you play a guitar, part of it's obviously you getting used to the guitar, but I think it does settle in a bit, especially see like an acoustic. See if you get an acoustic that hasn't been played in 10 years, which always happens when you buy a cheap acoustic. People are unlikely to sell a guitar they've been playing like mad for the last years. It's normally, I bought a new guitar 3 years ago and this one just sat in the cupboard. it kind of it gets lazy. Whereas once you start playing it again, you start noticing even after the first hour or the first 2 hours, I think everything tightens up and gets used to being in. It gets used to vibrating and starts vibrating more freely and stuff like that. I used to when I used to build guitars, actually, I used to get my pal Peg. We used to have a jam on a Friday night. We just get drunk. I would always give Peg the guitar I'd just built, and it was so that night. Great guitarist, lovely guy. And he would be sitting there playing it hard and then tuning it and playing it, tuning it and playing it. So by the time it got to the Saturday, I'd pick it up and the guitar would just be so much better than it was on Friday night when I built it. Hey Taylor, what you got for it? Everything's for sale, Taylor. It's like conspiracy pandas aren't real. I drive one every day. They built houses from bamboo. I meant to compare with the classic vibes. Yeah, totally. No, I know what you mean, but I don't. To be honest, I've never owned a classic vibe. I don't think they do look cool. But I mean, it's if you go in and actually work on the bits, see the difference between when I'm trying to do like Jen's guitars and stuff like that. You're trying to stitch together a Marlin Sidewinder or something, trying to get it to play well. It's like everything on it's just oh, you're adjusting the bridge and it's an effort and stuff like that. Whereas when you were working on, like when I was doing like that Fernandez bass, it was like it's a total joy. It was a West Tone Thunder that was manky that I did a couple of weeks ago, and it was just like every single screw turned, everyone turned. Nothing was cracked, nothing was broken. Even though this thing had been beat up, the frets were worn down. I had to do a lot of fret work on it because they were so worn down. But that's not the same as the frets were shitly fitted and they cut your fingers. No, this has been abused. It just needed refurbished. But it was a joy working on it. Honestly. Oh. You don't have to stop me at the third party, the Washburn wing in the background, but I'll play the. This is the cube. In fact, I could even go better. There's a variation button on that. There. I don't like treble on the bass. Enough of that. I'll turn this off then. I'll play the Washburn will need tuned though. Well, it's fucking roasting. The Washburn will need tuned. I was actually in the studio with the Sabbath band last week, and we're using my West Tone Thunder bass as for the down tune one, and I thought I'd broken the amp because some of the strings just weren't working. Instead of being able to play down here, I was having to play them up here, and it was because it was so hot. The truss rod had gone flat. I just gave it a quick tweak when I came home and it was fine, but if I just plugged that into the wee... No, I haven't. I plugged it into the right amp. That's not on. That's fine. Heck. I'm drunk enough to not notice that it was... Yeah, sorry. look out for a set of vintage split post tuners. I don't have any. I think Scott would probably sell you the ones at his SGN, though, if you really wanted it. AJP, every great song has a great bass line. See, whenever someone makes a statement like that, why do I immediately try and think of something that isn't? I'm obviously trying to think of a great song that doesn't have bass in it. You know what I mean? Ode to Joy. What a great Beethoven number. That's brilliant. No bass guitar in that. Yeah, there you go. I don't know why I do that. I flew up by Oban today from London. Brilliant. Hey, Kit Kats, you can ask a question now. Oh. Yeah, 1988 Cherry Apple Affinity Telly, changed the pickups, great guitar overall. Well, 1998, it's now old. That wood's now 25 years old. So, same thing applies to that as it does to these things. You know, it's like, it's dried it and gone, someone's turned an Aria Strat into a standard lamp. I've seen people make them into, I've seen a chair before. Like a chair. Hey, Stu. Held my held up high. X-Paps. Yeah. Was it not the Sweetheart Stout cans? I remember the Sweetheart. I remember that as well. This is before I started drinking, but I remember seeing them when you would go on a bit on my bike and stuff like that, and you'd be through the woods and all that, obviously during the day, but at night, folk would be out drinking. Neil Young, almost no bass lines. Yeah, well, that's Crazy Horse are a unique band. I saw my mod drink sweet. Cloco Borman, yeah. Have you ever tried the bagpipes? I have not. Any guitar bodies are great for making clocks. Yeah, but make sure there's something wrong with it. I don't mind the recycling thing if you take something that's fucked. I mean, something like this. Okay, now obviously I got an Ibanez painted by Jen. No, I've got expensive guitars. This one I got and it had been sanded. So it was like, it was fucked. I needed refinished anyway, and then it's like you do this sort of thing to it. That's great. Giving it another life, or, you know, if you've got a guitar neck and you turn it into a light fitting or something like that. Yeah, totally. If the guitar neck's twisted or bent, so it's useless, it's going in the bin anyway. Totally. I played a gig at the Purple Orange Arts venue in Bathgate, and they were talking, you don't have an old drum kit, and I kind of did. I forgot to take it round. They were going to make like a light thing on the roof of an old crappy drum kit. I was like, what a good idea. But the girl she made like wall hanging things. She wanted old broken acoustics. And what she did was she kind of took the front out it and put shelves in it so you could hang the acoustic on the wall, but it didn't have a top. And it had some shelves in it so you could put like trinkets on it. I was like, well, fair enough. But no, I have never tried bagpipes. I did buy a chanter one time just to see what it was like, thinking, that's just like bagpipes, but it's awfully difficult. Bagpipes are one of those instruments. I was actually talking to Gav earlier on about this. It's like some instruments, like see a guitar, right, or a bass, or a piano. See, after an afternoon of really trying it, you can play a song that sounds real acceptable. Like if you've never played the guitar and someone's there showing you, and you sit there and it's like, you know, you can play A, D, and G. And you just sing really loud, you can play a whole Bob Dylan song that sounds like the Bob Dylan song and kind of all right in a day. Whereas on like bagpipes or something, after 3 weeks, you still can't play a note cleanly. Or a trumpet, you're it's just too much effort and not worth it. When Doves Cry by Prince was the only good song I could think of with no bass. Hey, my bass, I like. I don't even. I don't know. I don't really know any Prince. I mean, maybe I'm just a bit too young or old, depending how you look at it. There must be lots of songs that don't have bass in them. There must be. What about any Paul McCartney song from the Beatles when you had John Lennon or George Harrison playing that Fender 6 thing, which is pointless. In the Beatles songs, it's like they are playing the bass, but you know, it's like as playing the bass going. Does that really count as playing the bass? Not really. Kramer Striker. My pound Symptom Universe, all right. Oh god. There was a point where I used to be able to play the. There's no way the drum pedal's going to be in time. I'm going to hit it anyway. Yeah, nothing like it. Not really that in tune.
Take me through the centuries to supersonic eras. Electrifying enemy is crying in his tears. All I have to give you is a love that never dies. A symptom of the universe is written in your eyes.
Yeah! That's how much something. Oh god! No, as I was singing that in the correct key, which is fucking impossible. My throat is pure ripping. I need more bucket to try and calm it down. Which brand? It's not a stack. I think a stack needs to be an amp and a head. It's a Roland Cube. It's a Roland Microcube Bass RX. Pretty good. For bagpipes, you get 3 things to do: make a sound, the mouth, fingers, and elbow to squeeze the bag. Oh, difficult. I was only trying it with the chanter, so that's only the blow into it thing, but it's still difficult. John, Pete and Diesel do not have a bass player. Quite right. Yeah, so there you go. Every Pete and Diesel song. I tried to get Jen to play it. Was it, what's the song called? Whiskey and the brandy and the something. Oh, and pour yourself a little brandy, take it to the island, get it all day. There's a chance I'm going to be able to play that first time. Because it's always with a rap pedal, obviously. It's all open chords. I was watching. Yeah, so when you're drunk, it doesn't work. You're entertained. Thanks, Kit Kats. Bastard. What I forgot to do there was get the Telecaster out just for you. It'll be another pound to play without a Telecaster. You should do a Lager Lovely Tenants caster. There's quite a lot of effort in that, in a way. If I could find an old can of Tenants, I would just, cut it in half and hammer it flat and stick it in the front. Yeah, totally. Seen an early 70s Matsumoku made 335 copy with a badge by Realistic. Tandy, very cool. Cool. In America. I thought, Tandy. Is it Radio Shack? Is Radio Shack not the American, the same company as what in Britain we had as Tandy? I think. Maybe not, or maybe they were, because we're both on the same thing, but definitely Mr. White, you're gonna get me banned. No, I think Nature Happy, I think it's Realistic. Where a because the shops that we got over here were definitely called Tandy. I'd never heard of Radio Shack, but I think it's like, maybe you're thinking of like Asda, part of the Walmart family, so we don't have Walmarts. We've got Asda, even though they're the same company. So maybe sort of kind of like it was the British version of Radio Shack. Maybe there was a translation problem. Maybe Radio Shack didn't work as well as Tandy. Tandy computers did exist, yes. I forgot about that. Actually, but definitely realistic, because the first radio I ever owned was a wee yellow thing, a wee AM radio, and it was made by Realistic. I've actually got a Moog synthesizer, which I should probably sell. If I want to buy a Realistic, was also a brand of Radio Shack. Yeah, but I think Radio Shack was the name of a shop in America, but here it was a shop called Tandy. But Realistic was probably the same thing, or a house brand supply that used something like that. Yeah, but they definitely. I've got a Moog, which was actually made by Moog. I know this because I've met the guy who designed the 1 volt per octave oscillator, because he told me that was when to get a job at Moog, you had to do something, and the thing that he was tasked to do was to make a 1 volt per octave control voltage. He designed that. Jim McKenna, something like that his name is. So the Realistic by Moog synthesizer I've got is made by Moog. It's just it was contracted out. Tandy bought a certain amount of them, and it's got extra things on it. It's got like because it was Tandy, they were like, oh, it's got to have like like the red and white RCA plugs. It's got that on the back of it because you've got to have that. And it's like, it's got to have an organ sound where you can play chords on it. So it's got like a mad organ setting on it. So it does things that no other monosynth does. You can actually play polysynth on it. But so you've got like a very simple 1 volt per octave organ mode on it, whereas you don't really have any control over it, but it plays like a square wave organ wave. But it's also got a Moog Rogue or a Moog Liberator in it as well. But you can mix the two together, so you can use all the synthesizer controls with one of the notes, but still play chords, but they're all just square wave chords at the same time. Kind of confusing. Get ridiculous. Yeah. No, it's happy. Not just designed by Moog, built by Moog. It's the same. It just that it was Maplin. Oh shit, was Maplin the same as Tandy? I can't remember. Oh. You're showing a realistic bit of stuff. When I go back in time, I always stop. Not even a Maplin's now. No, actually, the last time, when was it? I did. I was looking to build a strangle switch for a Fender Jazzmaster, which is basically it's a high pass filter. I've got the filters now, and I walked in. I remember walking into this is maybe 5 years ago. It was kind of when Tandy was closing down, and I went into the one in Paisley, and I walked in. I started walking up to the back, and the guy's like, "There's a man in for capacitors." And it was like, "Yeah, how did you know that?" He's like, "It's always capacitors, mate." End up buying a packet of them for like 50p or something like that. It was like, Tandy, well, I mean, the thing is they're not particularly. That's what I was saying there. Was like Realistic other house brand, yes, but the Moog synthesizer, I know this because I talked to the guy who fucking designed it. They were built in the assembly line right next to the Rogue and the Prodigy and the Liberator. It's basically it is the Liberator, the sort of keytar version. It is that. Apart from it doesn't have straps on it and a wee sort of stubby neck with a slider on it. It's not like, it's a copy of it. It's built in the same factory, the same people. Tandy and Paisley. It wasn't that long ago. I thought those Realistic synths were made in Japan. No. Well, some of the synths, but the ones that are by Moog were actually built in the Moog factory. And well, I honestly, I don't know. Maybe they were made somewhere else. Maybe the guy I met in Bridge of Weir by total random chance, who knew all about it, was he's the one that fixed my MIDI guitar. Maybe he was working in Japan, or maybe it was just a design stage. I don't know. They were all made in the same thing, though. It's possible, yes, Nature Happy, but I think if it was made in Japan, so were the Moogs. because I'm totally sure he told me it was the same thing, and he told me this thing when he was up here when they ordered it, because he was working there. He designed the oscillator system that went into the Rogue and the Prodigy. So maybe they all get manufactured in Japan. I don't know. Would you sell that Washburn? Yes, but it'd be very expensive. This is number. Shit, this is what it didn't really work on. 14. This is the 14th ever J-Pack. So it's even got this has actually got the J-Pack's logo on it. Which I just forgot to do on that one. It doesn't have a J-Pack's logo on it. In fact, there is that one. That one doesn't have it either. That one got it on it. That might make it worth more money. I don't know, Jen. Jen, let me in if you're still watching. I doubt very much you're still watching. Watching some steaming, sweaty person play one of your guitars is probably not a good thing. Yeah, a screwdriver. Look inside. I don't know if it would tell you. I was because Moog's not a British company. Why were they made? I don't know. It was that long ago. That unit in the Paisley Centre has been a crappy pound shop for about 20 years now. No, I was in the, where B&Q is in Paisley when you just come off the motorway. It was in there where the B&Q and Pets at Home and Tandy was on the left. Maplin's, not Tandy, Maplin's. Yeah. I don't actually think about it. I'm not even Maplin's. Yeah, I'm getting the two of them mixed up. I'm not sure I'm old enough to have ever been in a Tandy since I was a kid. There was one at just outside the Enoch Centre. Was it a Tandy? That was a Maplin's. So I think when did Tandy stop? Are we talking about? I don't know. When was that? 1998. I would have been 20. So yeah, if it was before that, I wasn't really alive before 1920, was I? It was Maplin's. Yeah, I don't know much. I don't know, Kit Kats. I think if you have to ask, you can't afford it. that's the UK Radio Shack. Yeah, I think Tandy was at that. £5 a bucket. They had you off a real looker, a female real looker. I don't know. Yeah, it was City of Squares. So I'm thinking, yeah. So it was Maplin's, not Tandy, but I take it a similar shop. I'm going to say probably. But yeah, I know Irish Bucky's got a slightly different. It's got more alcohol in it. Is it more alcohol or more caffeine? There's a difference, which I didn't realise there was. I know it does have an extra wee label up at the top here. Can't read, don't care. I'm nature happy. I'm not. I don't know. It'd have to be stupid money because I don't want to sell it. The thing about, I've got, this is the cheapest of the wing seas. This is a Raven, but in many ways, it's better than it's more like a normal guitar than the expensive ones, the Yamaki built ones. The Yamaki built ones, the through neck and all the solid hardware. This is more like a normal guitar. It's a bolt on neck. So I mean, this is. I don't know, Nature Happy. I don't know. That's not basically. Look at it this way. That's not a pure. I totally hear you go. Price, mate. If you turned up and maybe we got to talk about it, it's possible. But I mean, the price of these things. I mean, obviously, I didn't pay that for this, but I mean, it's a very look at it. Yeah, I mean, there's no other. I mean, none of the other J-Pack's guitars look anything like this one. And the thing is, you're not seeing it. Seeing a photo or in this video, you're not getting it. It is 10 times better when you see it in the flesh, and it changes color as well. See, it kind of looks kind of faded out there. See, when you see this in person, it's a pure rich colors, but in the morning, it's more yellowy greeny, and then later on in the day, the red comes out. It's kind of bizarre. You'd have to buy a £500 plane ticket now. There you go. Got some college boys. There's some sort of college boy. Robocop. Robocop. Yep. I know. And the thing is, I don't know. I mean, I think Jen's underselling these things. That not your eyes? No. My eyes don't change during the day. I'm sober during the day. It's different just now. I'm drinking Bucky, so obviously everyone's out the windy. Doesn't make any difference. But some of these are ridiculous. But even, I bet you this isn't the same. Even looking at the screen, I bet you this isn't the same colour. Aye, no. This is an entirely different colour if you look at it just now. If you look at it when I was playing it in the video the other day, when it was during the day with the daylight on it, but it was like a really, really, really bluey. Just now it's really purpley. I don't know. It's something to do with UV paint, or I don't know. There's so much in it. I think your brain has to be a bit fucked up to understand it, to be honest. I think there's an element of there isn't secret patterns. But for me, that I thought when I first saw this, I thought it looked like, you know the film Elysium. Is it Elysium where they've got like a big sort of halo type planet where all the rich people went once the world was fucked? All the rich people went up and created their own ring planet thing. That, to me, that looks like the bit where you see it and you've got like you get fields and shit going on. The first time I saw it, kind of mental. But I mean, the thing is, it's not that. It's whatever you see it to be. And there's also a yellow stripe here, which sometimes is really, really sticky outy, and sometimes it's not. You can't really see it just now, but sometimes, depending on what the light is, it is mental. Is the white balance? It could be. I don't know. I'm not going to start messing about with the camera. I don't know how to do that. It's probably because I've got a fluorescent light up there and I've got a light up there. I've also got another light there. Making a difference. What is it? I think I turned this off because it hurt my eyes. Does that make any difference? There you go. See, I've now got a light right in my face, which is kind of burning me a little bit. But it's actually got colours on it. This was a great idea. Oh, I'm a pro YouTuber now. I'm going to change the colour. Look at that. There's a bluish light. There's a sort of orangish light. As I just turn it off because it's actually like in my face. I can see Kilka. It's there. But it's kind of like, it's one of those things that's like, I watched a film last night. I'd never actually seen the whole thing before. Immortal Beloved, which is about Beethoven. It's pretty good, definitely. And obviously, Beethoven's nice, not fucking amazing. Ninth, and it's like that whole thing about putting yourself into it, which even if you're not really aware of it at the time, the music that I love and the art, it's got something of the person that did it in it, a passion in it, which you can't really quantify. It's like maybe one of my things. The reason I love my favorite album ever is Black Sabbath Sabotage, is they were really, really pissed off at the time. It's like the written megalomania. It's all about they were getting screwed by everyone, so they're really, really fucking angry. And that it's got such a strong emotion in the notes and stuff. It's kind of bizarre, so it's like that. And I think maybe there's kind of a little bit about that in these paintings, because Jen refuses point blank to paint a guitar for somebody because they don't know what they want. This part of the rage in this, right? There's a definite anger in this guitar, right? And the reason for that is, I said, "Oh, could you paint this guitar for me?" And she was like, "Oh yeah, totally. Do the neck as well." No, I want you to leave the neck. And not a proper super angry rage, but there was an angry thing of fucking, I wanted to paint the neck as well. But the reason I didn't want to do that is because the other Raven I've got, the neck's been sanded and I had to put my own logo on it. So it's a fake logo, whereas this one's actually got a red neck. So I wanted to leave the red neck. So the first lines I saw put on this guitar were like, yeah, fucking, and it's like, yeah, mental. A55 Strat 8819 Austin, Texas. That's the nice easy to remember name. It's very different depending on the light. But it's like one of these things, it's like it's an art piece. I mean, I don't really like, I say I don't like art. It's sometimes art can move you. I remember Civic was like, like poetry, you've just not heard the right poem yet. Which I still sort of agree. I'm sure that probably music is what feelings sound like. If there is no emotion in the song, it shows. I think there is that. I'm not saying that it needs to be musically very good as well. You can't just have a song that's just passion and somebody just hitting an A chord. Well, you could possibly, but there's got to be something in it. Just put my rubber gloves and ski mask on, back in a tick. Awesome. Cheers, Ian. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. Oh. Those the pickups are, these are go-to pickups. And I've heard this from the guy that, well, what's his name? Hiro San. His dad and his uncle own Yamaki. Built these. They're made by Gotoh, Gotoh. And when they got the Gotoh pickups in, they'd misspelled it as go-to. So they're actually, on the back, they're stamped go-to, but they are basically DiMarzio super distortions. I did have to break in them to put the coil split in, or the coil choice split pickup in, but yeah. And I don't think Jen didn't know what these pickups were going to look like. Neither did I, to be honest. I've got a Raven. I could just put it through next door. The Raven I had before I bought this second Raven had been stripped. It kind of looked like it was maple, that one, or maple ash. I kind of, you get those natural wooden shaped wooden coloured toilet seats. Totally look like that. Someone had stripped all the paint off it, including the neck, and it actually did quite a good job, but it did totally look like a toilet seat I used to have. And then I saw this Raven, which had the painted neck. The body had been fucking terribly painted with. It had been sanded down and then painted with a brush. It looked fucking awful. So I stripped it down and then it sat for like 2 years. And as I said, the second day I went over to Jen's after she painted the first J-Pax guitar, I took 3 guitars that I just had lying about. I took 4 guitars over in the first day because I figured that she wasn't going to be doing any more. I fucking really like that. So she did that and an SX Les Paul. But the difference is I don't think she knew what it was going to look like. Whereas I, having assembled guitars many times, hope she's not still watching, I knew what it was going to look like once I had the parts on it. So the first day I went over, she painted that and I went, oh my God, that's fucking amazing. And the second day I went over to fix her shed door. You know, she's obviously just doing this while being Scott or working on the shed. And I took over this, the wee red bass, a Flying V, and the Yamaha bass I was talking about earlier on. No, this was the next day. But when I went over the following week after it had dried and stuff, I took the guitars away and I gave it. But as soon as I handed her back the SX guitar, she was like, that looks fucking amazing. Like, I kind of knew it was going to. And then this one as well, she didn't know what the pickups. Oh, I didn't know what the pickups were. This didn't have any parts. It was just the body and the neck I had. So basically, once you started painting, I was looking at it going, that's fucking amazing. So basically, my Raven, all the bits off it. So I've now got my Raven, my original Raven, with no parts, because this is all the original parts from it. They're both the same year, though, because it's got a hexagonal shaped scratch plate, which they only did in 1981. So it's the same year. So this is period correct, but none of this hardware is from this guitar. Yeah. Hey, John, regards poetry, read Burns' The Slave's Lament. Stunning. I can imagine. I remember almost getting a tear in my eye reading where was I? I was in Putlockery, having a pie and beans for lunch with my dad when I was working with him, and they had the words for Old Lang Syne on it. And it's like, all right, Old Lang Syne, I'll take a cut. Fuck off, the words that everyone knows. Like, that's the actual poem. Fucking, it's got a power to it. Mate, I should listen to this and read some Burns. Painted guitars never look good, stripped, as they don't use the best cuts of wood. Yes, there's a random chance in there where you might get one that looks good, but I remember John Kelly, if it was who was talking earlier on about having a Washburn stage series. I didn't go. I couldn't afford to go to Copenhagen to meet him for the Day On with Yamaki's other thing. When a few of my pals went over from the Washburn Golden Era Facebook page, and they got it translated on the back of a Washburn A20. There was Japanese writing on it. It was a black one with the gold piping, the same as the one I've got, and it was Japanese writing on the back of the pickup, the cavity cover. And he got it translated by Mr. Hiro San, who was the guy who run the company. And it basically, the Japanese writing translated as shit wood paint black. Which is elements of it. I heard that. That's what happened with the SG. When I bought my SG Special, what's that, early 90s? I bought it in mid-90s, so I think it's like a late 80s, early 90s models, whatever it was. What they did was they built a Gibson SG, right? They cut it out and built it, the neck and the body, and then they looked at it and went, no, that's a bit crappy looking grain. That's a Special. Oh, that's lovely. That's a standard. So basically the guitars were the exact same guitar up until that point, and the Special got poly-coated in either black, red, or white, and then the parts fitted and stuff, and the standard got, like translucent coated, and then it got inlays put on the fretboard, and it get covered pickups, but apart from that, it's the same guitar. We used to look at Timorous Beastie. Oh, what a panic's in thy breasty is the next line. I don't know any more than that. I should learn. No, what's the one? Tam O'Shanter. Fucking look up Tam O'Shanter. That's a fucking belter. It really is. I did that years ago. I remember reading that out to Civil. Up here. Tam O'Shanter is fucking awesome. There's a great story, brilliant. I need to fucking do a heavy metal version of Tam O'Shanter. Robbie Burns, or Robert is what everyone called him, but it became Rabbi for some reason. I'm partial to Robert Frost as my hood. I don't know. The thing about Burns is where I've been to Burns country. Where is it? I can't even remember where it is, but there's definitely a thing when you're entering. Where is it? Moffat. Where's Moffat? I'm sure it's Moffat. You're entering Moffat, Burns country, and it's like you go in and it's like Rabbi Burns post office. I now live in Burns country, met across the road my house. Where are you, Sloan Ranger? Is it Moffat? I don't even know where Moffat is. I can't remember. He would totally be a rock star. I think he was a rock star of his time. I addressed the Haggis once, so I had to talk about it. Ayrshire. Yeah, definitely. Next one up, one of the two red guitars. Are you drinking more than me? I can only see one red guitar. Alloway. Is that? I'm Mabel these days. I never read Shatner panties. All right. Colour might be quite different. I don't know what the red one is. What's the red one? No, that one there's red. And you could argue that this one is reddish. Colourblind's not going to affect that. That's white. It's up for discussion, but I would say that's turquoise. If you had to give it one colour that wasn't white, that's turquoise. Brown, red. That doesn't have a colour. It doesn't have a colour. That one's white. That one. If you had to commit to it, no, I don't. I wouldn't even want to commit to it. It's like, you got to describe. If you say you were looking at that wall, right? You're looking at that wall, and it's like, name it using one color. Which one's which, right? Oh shit, that one's white. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I don't know. Brown or red? Then that one's brown. That one's red. That one's purple. I don't understand color blindness. I know it's a red and green is the issue, isn't it? I don't know. Burns the post office across review. Sounds right. Yeah, totally. I thought the brown one was red, right? The P90 one. That one. Yeah, well, I can see that. The Moffat Ram statue has no ears. I don't know what that means. We're in a collecting Bible portraits. Where's the black Japanese P-base? It's shite. I sold it. I got 250 quid for it, Scott. I'll split the money with you. It'll be fine. Aye. £250. Someone just offered me. I was like, there you go. Fucking hell, well, £250. So I'll give you half of that. Well, I'll give you 150 of that. That'll be fine. Robert Frost. I don't recognise the name, but I have seen the thingy. You've not super chatted me £1 yet, or $1, and then I'll dig out And I'll tell you all about it. Thor! And I'll play Thor on it. Thor burns on the horizon. Yeah. Poetry is one of those things I don't know anything about, but it's the same thing as art. I don't really have an interest in it, but I'll be totally honest, when Jennifer, the first, obviously pals with her for Facebook for a couple of years now, she's always posting mental stuff like that. Wow, she's painted a bin now. You know, it's like, but when it got to the graffiti series, which she was doing, like she was painting fucking stupid mannequins and biscuit tins and a street sign looking like going like that. That's, I don't know anything about it, but that's fucking awesome, whatever it is. And then suddenly the guitar came. Yes, fucking, that's how I ended up with so many of them in a million. Actually, I don't really know that much about Bob Dylan either. I never. There's some songs I love. 79 pence, Scott. Is that to play your bass? Okay. Celebrate. I don't know if it says in there. I've got to celebrate. Woohoo! Okay, I'll go and get your bass, Scott. I was lying. I didn't sell it for 150 quid. It's just sitting next door. I'll even play it through my new microcrib, see what it's like. Did I put it back in the case? I think I did, so I didn't lose it. Shit. It's the big Jackson case. Got it. Found it. I definitely don't have your bass gig bag either, Scott. I was looking through I know this because I'm in a band that I take two basses in, and I've got two bass gig bags. No more, no less. I've only got two, and I'm 99.99% that one of them isn't yours. I'm 100% sure that the other one isn't yours, but I don't have your bass gig bag. I'm sorry. I want a J-Pax T-Code. T-Cozy? That'd be difficult to paint that. To be honest, I think she would paint fucking anything that sounds ridiculous. She's still not painted my what was it I found in the garage the other day? A couple of weeks ago. Like a megaphone. And it was crap. I bought it for my wee brother's Christmas 20 years ago. I bought two megaphones. I thought they could use it in their films. And then basically when they moved out, they left them. So I had like a loud hail or whatever you call it. Moth incoming. Moth? Was there a moth? I don't know. Yeah, 25 watch below 22 likes. The thing is, see, I was looking at it on. See, before I set the video up 15 minutes before it went live just to make sure it worked. You know, so if it doesn't work, I've got 15 minutes to fucking make it work, and it was working. And before I even hit like, I had 2 likes before anyone had even joined in. So how did you know you like it? Bastards. It's really shocking how much a share Google take. But as you've noticed, what have I not done tonight? What time is it now? Shit, it's only 2 hours in. I normally do it for 4 hours. I'm kind of dying for a fag. I've not smoked. I think that's why. Yeah, well done, Kit Kats. That's why I've been getting demonetized. It's not mentioning the war or anything like that. But it is quite shocking when you see how much what percentage. No, Pontiac, it's a good one. No, it's a Japanese one. I did a video the other night comparing this to the. I was fucking getting a wee bit confused there. I could see it in the picture. I was up here. I had a black Jim Deacon. But what? Fucking looking at things behind you when you're drunk doesn't work. But this is This is what I was saying. I was saying this to Jen the other night. Scott was up here. She bought quite a nice black Squire Strat, and she's got about 20 guitars to paint. I was like, keep that one, and then use it for demonstrating the scratch plates you're painting. Because I mean, look at that. I mean, I'm sorry, this bass is fucking amazing, right? But up until last week, it looked like that. Very much so, you know. Tortoiseshell, obviously it was a nicer tortoiseshell scratch plate. It is basically, when you look up close, it is obviously nicer than the Jim Deacon. But it's like, oh, it's interesting. It's got a tortoiseshell scratch plate, and it's like, I'm sorry, I'm past the stage where I think a tortoiseshell scratch plate's interesting. I do agree that it's much more interesting than a white scratch plate, but I need more than that. I need that. Look at it. And I think there's definitely a thing in this for someone who's up here. Oh, you know, Jen, if people are asking, do you never do any really expensive guitars and things? You don't want to get stuck with it. Same with it when I was doing the Bucky casters. It's like, I get a lot of people asking, do you not do the more expensive ones? And it's like, well, who's going to buy it? I don't want to, you know, spend £500 on a guitar, turn it into a Bucky caster, which is got ropey paint and it's a bit sort of cool. You know, it's like, it's part of what it is, part of the vibe of a Bucky caster. It's not. It doesn't look like a factory guitar. It's handmade. It's a bit lumpy. All the screws are different colours. You know what I mean? It's got 5 black tuners and a chrome one. You know, it works. But it's not. Whereas that's the same point. This, you can just buy this scratch plate and put it wherever you want. This guitar is entirely untouched. Scott can put back the original scratch plate on, or even if he's going to sell it, he'd probably get more than £1,000 for this if he was going to try and sell it. And you just, the original scratch plate's included, and it's like, if you sold this, you just imagine in 20 or 30 or 40 years' time, it's going to be like pure, yeah, here's this bass looking like this, and in brackets, the original scratch plate's in the case. Nobody's going to change that. Look at it. For fuck's sake. Ridiculous. An E-Serial Japan. This isn't an E-Serial. This is a JO2. There you go. Which is like pure. I've got a wee thing about scratch plates, or not scratch plates, about dating things. Like, just, I mean, it doesn't cost any money for everyone just to agree to the first 2 digits, make them the fucking year. For fuck's sake. Really? You know what I mean? Just make it. This was an 88 or an 89. Make it, was it J89, and then do whatever you want. But just everyone just do that. Everyone just have. It's starting with the 2 fucking, okay. You know, it's like, oh, I don't know whether that's 1989 or 1889. You know, obviously a dick then. You know what I mean? Just 2 years for the date. Obviously, it's pretty cool to know what day of the month it was and what, you know. Fuck off. I don't really care. I just want to know when it's from. I mean, obviously, looking at this, I would have guessed that this was somewhere between 1990 and 1995 if you'd given it to me, and I'd just been looking at the serial number, which doesn't obviously say, just because it's not entirely dissimilar to my Photo Flame Strat, and I know it must be. I know when Fender Squire were about, so I know it's after like 85 or something, and it's quite old, so it's probably before 95. But just give it fucking, just put the number on it, bastards. Oh. I breed tortoise. Just, yeah, I don't know how you make it out of tortoiseshell. I assume exactly. I think you maybe melt them, flatten them, and then slice it horizontally. There must be. I mean, the tortoiseshell thing. It must be a thing, though. It wouldn't be called that if it wasn't. There must be like antique furniture of the Victorians. They were bastards. It must be something like that, where they cut up tortoises to make furniture or something crap that looked like that. So it must come from that. You would never get obviously a piece the size of a piece of scratch plate from a tortoise. I don't know, sea turtles are pretty big. You know what I mean? But it's not like pimping up a cheap guitar with fancy pickups. It's not just like rolling a guitar and to be honest, this is going the opposite. I mean, this already is. But within a fighting distance to be one of the best P basses you could get, regardless of cost. Really. Yeah, I mean, it's a Japanese made in the 80s Fender. At the time, the Japanese were going, yes, we'll work with the American Fender. Fuck you, we'll build you better guitars. Do you know what I mean? The thing is, JP, we were saying there about the pick guard, it looks great. It looked great. Anyway, that pick guard looks great. See, when I saw the picture of it on this guitar, it's like, oh, it looks super fucking mega great. Not just great. It's kind of ridiculous. Fresh Prince. Guitar Heroes in a half shell. Turtle Power. But that's the thing. I mean, if you're saying there, John Kelly, about pimping up a cheap guitar with fancy pickups, I have a little bit of an issue with that. I don't mind. Obviously, occasionally you get a guitar that's got shit pickups in it. I mean, my Epiphone SG, for start, if you've got like a 90s Samick Epiphone, the pickups in it are really bad. It's worthwhile putting Warmans or Wilkinsons in it, and because they're so, it's even worthwhile. We're talking about buying the Chinese pickups you can get for 20 or 30 quid for a set. They're mild. The ones that are in those Samick versions, the late 90s Samick Epiphones, the pickups are made intentionally to sound shit so that it's not better than the Gibson. I know this because I've got a Gibson from the same era. I'll be totally honest, the Samick Korean one is a better built guitar than the Gibson one is. I'm sorry. I love that Gibson. I'll never sell it ever. But the pickups are much better in the Gibson. Whereas it's not like the pickups in the Samick are all right. The pickups are intentionally shit. I guarantee that if you buy a set of Wilkinson's, Warmans, something like that for 30 quid, something like that, put them in your Samick SG, they will sound 95% the same as the Gibson ones. And nothing like, it's like pure, here's your Epiphone pickups, here's your Gibson pickups, put Warmans in it. They'll go from being there to being there for 30 quid. Guarantee it. I think that was intentional. I was in Denmark Street a few weeks ago looking at Strats. The 80s Japanese stuff was by far the best. I bet you it wasn't cheap though. I don't know, but nobody in here. No, there's no seriousness in here. I don't know. I kind of see a little bit of friction going on there. Not happening. No. Everyone's cool. Don't worry about it. Basically, the rule in this chat is everyone's bastard except from us. We're all cool. But you're allowed to call anybody else a bastard. So my 77 USA P bass, because my Jap bass was lighter and a better fit and finish. I mean, there is an argument for it. So pure, American guitars are better. I mean, yeah, I think if you're looking at like a 50s or a 60s Strat or something, it probably is better because that's what the Japanese copied. It's just when you get to, it just is. It's not. I was actually playing pal Chrissy, who's not Banhammer. I have never heard Banhammer, but what a fucking name for a band. Really? You start in Banhammer, you're looking for a bass player or a lead guitarist in Banhammer? Because I'm in it. I'll fuck it up for it as long as you're playing budgie type stuff. That sounds great. But I was playing it. I was out at pal Chris's house last week, Friday, whatever it was, and he actually gave me the pickup out of his guitar. Which was very nice. It was happy. I'll give you this pickup if you want it. So I've got genuine Fender American strings and look, a red lace sensor. Fuck knows what I'm going to do with that. But he's in the pickup that lace sensor was out, the guitar which that lace sensor was out, is an American Strat Premium Ultra, something like that was called. I don't know. I think it was relatively new in the last 10 years or something like that. And it was, I totally bit my tongue as fuck to say it, but it totally was exactly the same as that guitar. That Tempest that I got for 70 quid. It's like, it was nicer because that's got a few dents in it and shit, but it wasn't 20% better straight up. It was lovely, but so's that. One I dropped like 4 suttles and make some super an awesome pick guard for my squire. Yeah, I think you should make it a little. You have to wait 15 years though, and then turn them into ninjas though. Banhammer is great. I like that. I've never heard of a banhammer, but I like it. It's kind of like pure. Is that pure? You're banned. Just banning folk. Fucking great. Early 90s, early mid 90s, early mid Korean stuff is good. No, it's fine. That's it. Korea. My theory. Yeah, I think it's true, but I'm not going to sit there and nothing I say is, unless it's from experience, is totally nailed down. Nothing's nailed down. Give me better information, I'll change my mind. I'm not like an angelical Christian. It's like I haven't decided what I thought. This is the answer. Everything that any information that comes up, it's got to lead to this answer. I will change my mind, give another shit. But Samik, with the main Korean, Samik and Court were the two big Korean factories, right? After Hondo were Samik's home brand. Anything before like 1980 by Hondo is shit. Right. And then in 1980, 1981, they contracted Matsumoku and Tokai to make some guitars for them, and guitars and basses. And then what I think happened is, because they'd ordered 10,000 guitars or whatever, they went, we want to come round and inspect your factory to make sure it's good quality. And the Japanese, come on round, have a look. And they walked round and went, oh, that's how you do it. Oh, they put the frets in at the right on. Oh, you varnish it. So basically, any Hondo after 1981, the quality level is here compared to before 1979 when it was here, when they were not known how to make it. That's my own thing though. Pinnacle is a Banhammer only play Ultravox cover in death metal sound. Well, okay. All the cheap guitars I've bought over the years have got fantastic pickups, or all the third-party expensive ones were not cranked up to be. Really no sold on the new pickup thing. Am I wrong? All the cheap guitars I've bought over the years got fantastic pickups in them. Or are all the third-party expensive ones not all they're cracked up to be? I'm quite drunk, but I think maybe you are. I don't have an extent. But what I think the difference is, like, see if you were buying, for example, that Epiphone SG. Talk about what I know. They obviously, Epiphone made by Samick were churning out like the SG, and Gibson had SG. Gibson owned them. So I think they intentionally put crap pickups in it. Whereas if instead of buying an Epiphone, you bought another Samick SG, because it's not a price thing. The reason those Samick Epiphones have shit pickups in it is not because they were trying to save money in building it. It's only fucking pickups a magnet with a wire wrapped around it. You know, like, to manufacture, if you're buying 10,000 of them, a shit pickup costs 50 pence. A really good one costs 75 pence. Or $1. You know what I mean? Cents, dollar, whatever. That kind of thing. It's not, I think you'll find, like, to make a really good pickup, it costs 10 times as much. No, it costs 10% as much. It's just that you're either trying to really nail that fucking price down. We want this guitar, like that Burswood I was talking to someone else about earlier on. That guitar's coming out that factory. It's a $5, right? $5 is what it comes out the factory at. So if you put tuners on it that don't actually work, but they still look like tuners, you can get that for $4.90. Multiply that. That's a lot of money. So that, you know, that kind of thing. That's a different thing. I'm thinking like 1988 is the earliest for Samick. Oh no, Samick made Hondo. They were making Hondos before, I don't know, 77, some late 70s, early. Anyway, they're definitely not 1988. Definitely 70s were Hondo, and then definitely when Hondo started making good shit, like basically what we buy now as a £700 guitar is so if you look at a Hondo Les Paul from 1983, something like that, or a Hondo anything, that level is what you're getting now for 700 quid. You know, it's like, so I mean, yes, I am saying it might not have the brand recognition like an Epiphone Les Paul has or whatever. It doesn't have branded shit on it, but it's a better built guitar than a whatever your current Les Paul is. Epiphone. Bam Hammer might even be better. Bam Pop. Wee band in Cumbernauld starting up called Podger. I quite like that name as well. That's quite good, yeah. When is John Fox? I've never heard of John Fox. Good something. Actually, there's a lot of the late 80s Korean stuff was using Japanese leftover replaced it Matt Smoker. There was not, I mean, Nature Happy, yes, but no. Some. I think, see what happened, see when they converted from, like, you got your Japanese guitars, and then when they were kind of not really wanting to announce that they were changing to Korea, you went from, like, a Washburn, for example, has, like that one, this has, well, okay, that I said they were branded pickups. They do say go-to on the back, but that's a go-to bridge. Those are go-to tuners. They don't say on them, though, because they're not commercially available go-to parts. They're bought in bulk, yeah, for a guitar company. You couldn't buy these individually as a set. Whereas when they moved to Japan, when they moved to Korea, they bought in the ones that actually said Goto on the back. So they're the same tuners, but they say Goto on the back, and the bridge would say Goto on it, or anything you could see said Goto. So people are going, oh, no, how come this Washburn, this Washburn Falcon, oh, that's a lot more expensive than it was 2 years ago. It's like, oh, it's because it's got name branded hardware. Yes, made by the same people, but not name branded. But the thing is, it's kind of like the Harley Benton thing, whereas what's important is that bridge says Wilkinson on it. Does it have to be a good bridge? No, but it's got to say Wilkinson on it. Oh, what sort of neck do you want? We want roasted maple, right? Do you want high quality? No. What's the cheapest way you can possibly make roasted maple that's legally actually roasted maple? That's what we want, because it's got to look good on that spec sheet, and everything's like that. Dude, here's a Hondo Pro. The professional CDs are all Japanese. Buy it. Hey, Bjorn Biff, how's the banjo? They shipped my RBX and the tuner say Goto. But did you have to strip it to get them saying Goto? Is it written on the back? So it's not an advertised feature. But yeah, I don't know, but when you probably didn't, Ian, you probably didn't have a good one. It's about Hondo Les Pauls. There are no Japanese Hondo Les Pauls. There is one that looks a bit like a Les Paul Junior, because my pal Bob's got one. So it's kind of like, flat top. It's kind of like, if you imagine an SG, but Les Paul shaped, there is one, but all the other ones you see that are Japanese Les Pauls are not Japanese Les Pauls. They're Samick. And some of them are terrible. It's written on the back. Yeah, totally. You don't want it vulgar, pure advertising. You know what I mean? If you're driving down the road in a Ferrari, it doesn't need to say Ferrari in 6-foot letters on the side of it. You know what it is. You don't, I would never be so vulgar as to do that. You know what I mean? It's like, same as like, if you buy a Fender, an American or a Fender, it doesn't say Fender on every single piece. You don't want to advertise that. That's vulgar. No. I'll just quite happily sit there and it's all good. Really nice. Been working on recording song tape on a banjo song. Good stuff. It sounds like. Was in a guitar shop in Belfast and had some SX guitars. They were excellent for not a lot of money. I can't believe how. I mean, we're going back a couple of years ago, but I remember going into guitar and looking at the guitars, and you had like the SX were the cheapest ones they had. I think they were like about 150 quid for a Strat. So that was the cheapest Strat. The cheapest electric guitar you get was an SX, which looked, and I've played them before, is the same as a Squire Classic Vibe. So you've got the SX at 150 quid. Then you've got the cheapest Squire. Then you've got the next level of Squire. Then you've got the next level of Squire. Then you get to 400 quid and you get the Classic Vibe Squire, which is the same as the SX, but costs 3 times as much. We're all doing good, Bjorn. My Hurricane is in the E series serial number, E6. I assume you've looked up other stuff because you do get E serial numbers on shite guitars as well. No, I know you've looked at it. You've got the guitar. You can tell. It doesn't boil down to it. You know that you're not going to have a guitar that is a shanner, a shiter. Oh, but it says made in Japan. You know it's not. So I know that it is, but you do get crap guitars that start with an E. I've had them. I'm trying to think of what guitars it was I had. I've had a few guitars that have had the E serial number. Oh, E serial number. That's the ones that are made in Japan. No. Other people went, oh, what? The expensive Fender Squire Japans are made. We'll start with an E serial number. What sort of serial number system do you want to use? Why don't we start with an E? Oh, that's a good idea. Nothing to do with the Squires. No. We'll just start with an E for the month or something. So there's a bit more to it. SX short scale P bass for sale. I don't want it. Don't need it. I want it. Don't need it. But a short scale P bass there. There's something about a short scale P bass that makes sense. It's like it could have been. See, when Leo Fender invented the electric bass, he chose 34-inch, right, for the scale length. That's the first ever electric bass guitar. This is actually a copy of like a 56 or 7 or whatever it is. Whatever the first year that Fender had the Strat type headstock and the split pickup on it is what this is a reissue, whatever you call it, of it. I'm sweating on this guitar, Scott. I'm going to put it down in a minute. Wait, so classic vibes cost? I was just a guess. I don't know how much a classic vibe costs. But they're not about 400 quid, no? 300 to 400 quid? Maybe not. I don't know. To be honest, I've played them. I'm not super. I'm not. You're not talking to me. So you can talk. You might as well talk to me about. Oh, what do you think of the PRS $5,000 series? And it's like, it's $5,000. I don't really want it. I don't. I'm not going to spend $5,000 on a guitar, regardless of how good it is. I mean, I don't know. Oh. JP, it's Jennifer Armstrong. She was in the chat earlier on, but I'd imagine this talking shite and swearing has probably put her off. Scott, I'm going to put your bass down. I'm not comfortable playing a bass that's worth more than. It cost more than that entire wall. This bass, probably, I know it sounds disgusting, probably with its original scratch plate on it, is if you could sell this for more than I bought every guitar you can see for. So I'm kind of a little bit. I'm going to put it back through next door, so I don't like playing other people's guitars drunk, unless they specifically ask me to in a live stream. That's different. But even then, there is an element of them kind of going, that's all right, you can play it like that. I don't know, what have I not played now? Play that purple bass. Play that, I'll put that back up there. That's still plugged in. Getting a bit of a buzz going on. I'm getting a double buzz now. Back onto my. So if I turn that off, turn this on, I can go back onto my re-rolling cube bass. What about Sheridan SG copies? I don't know. I've seen some very nice arbors. Horror Arbor are a weird one. It's like you got to remember. Even though you did give me a pound, I'm gonna fucking turn it off. I'm gonna play guitar. I'm kind of. I'm kind of a wee bit worried about that. I don't think the paint's properly dried, so I'm kind of just not. I'd rather play a guitar that if I dropped it, you wouldn't notice. So I'll play the brown one, which I just fucking keep hitting shit off everything. When I'm sober, I don't hit shit off shit. kind of sounds in tune, sort of. I'm quite drunk, but I mean, it kind of sounds in tune. Because the temperature's so hot, I've got to tune everything, which is really fucking annoying with his Floyd Rose guitars because. That's not my pick. That's what I found in the studio the other night. Okay, not quite there yet. D good. G sharp. It's so hard to tune a guitar when you're drunk. Sorry, getting mixed up. Yes, it's a lovely bass. It is. I suppose there's a certain amount of jealousy in it. Yeah, but it's one of those ones that's like, I mean, the Scottish P bass is fucking amazing. It's as good a P bass as I've ever played. Really amazing. But I'm just, because it's worth so much money. There's a bit of me that says like that Jim Deacon that I picked up for 30 quid the other night. Okay, it still needs. I noticed it's a high fret. That's why I'm not playing it. But I mean, it's honestly, it's 90% as good for 30 quid rather than £1,000. I do understand that this is the thing that if you're starving walking across the desert, or you're walking across the desert, right, and it's like you're pure gasping for a drink, so a slightly dirty, shitty tasting water is water. Or would you like a lovely glass of champagne, which costs 100 times as much? It's nicer, but you just need fucking water. It doesn't make much difference. Children of the Grave, you didn't give me another 75 pence for that. With drums. Sorry, I'm getting drunk and I'm missing out and shit. 2 of you haven't liked. I think it's more than that. Spike the likes, please. I'm going to get a Spike the Likes t-shirts actually made up. P90s are fun. It's the perfect excuse to buy another guitar. This wasn't originally a P90 guitar. This was a 2 single coil. This is a Aria Thor sound. I don't know the model number, but this is a Europe only version. There were 2 of them. There was one which is this one, available in this color, and it's got 2 single coil pickups. There's also one which is the same guitar, but it's got 3 single coil pickups, and instead of having a 3-way toggle, it's got like a lever switch. And then the one that everyone got is a Thor TS300, which has 2 humbuckers and obviously more expensive guitar. So that's like the worldwide release, but this is a cheaper than that one. But I mean, the neck on this is fucking stunning. It's a 3-piece, super. You can't see the bird's eye because I'm too drunk to see it. But ridiculous fucking figuring on it. 3-piece neck, sycamore body. Now it's got G&L American pickups in it. But it's amazing. This is my Sabbath guitar. What, play some Sabbath? Off with the rat pedal, on with the. No, it's there. This is a fucking banging guitar. Oops, I've just touched something on the screen, which has made shit come up on my screen, which I don't want to lose the stream. Gone away. That's all right. That's a noisy pedal, though. That's what we said. Yeah. When I bought the Yamaha RBX 800, surprised it's from 1987 and had Alnico pickups. How did you find? I don't know. I don't know enough about pickups to know what the thing is about Alnico pickups. I know Alnico pickups are basically the ones that don't have a magnet, a fridge magnet stuck to the back of them. That's what's in that Tempest Strat. So I know that better sounding, yeah, maybe, but more expensive. I do know it's more expensive to have like magnetized pole pieces than it is to have steel pole pieces with a magnet stuck to the bottom. But I think there's more to it than that, because I think you can have like humbuckers. You get Alnico humbuckers; they've still got a magnet stuck to the bottom. I don't know anything about it. Cut my edge today. There was 2 fucking bucky bottles. Put it in the fucking bin. You don't know how funny it was, though. You don't know how far away it was when they threw the bottle of bucky. There's a situation I can see it'd be acceptable. Yeah, that's, I mean, as you say, Nature Happy, the thing with something like a 3-piece maple neck. I love, I mean, I'm not going to deny it. I love a one-piece maple neck. There's something about it. I think it's more the idea than anything to do with the feel of the sound, but the idea of having a one-piece maple neck is like pure, yeah, it's so simple, and the pure tone must flow through the grains of it's bullshit, right? But I still like the idea of having a one-piece maple neck. That's what makes that not the bit. It's like that's a sandwich. It's just still. But I mean, for strength and which one is going to last until the apocalypse, this guitar here is going to outlast any guitar bought this year. Like, assuming it's not burnt. You know what I mean? It's pure rock solid. Yamaha have a lot of jazz players. Yamaha, they've got an image problem. I'll be honest. They've got a slight image problem. It's like, I was playing with my pal David's Yamaha Pacifica, and it was fucking amazing. You paid fucking something 250 quid for it. You're like, right, 250 quid for that? Really? And it was even in good condition. It did need set up, but I mean, fucking hell. It's like, it was fucking lovely. It was just what kind of Gibson do you get for £250? You don't. What kind of Epiphone do you get? The second cheapest one? Fuck off. It's like it's not even in the same league. Macca's violin offers a 3-ply neck. Yeah. I mean, there's an element of it it's that whole thing about when you're sitting there looking at building a guitar, and it's like, what's the best thing? What's the structurally and tonally best thing you can do? And it's like, well, there's these things. Right. What's the thing that will be the cheapest thing we can do that makes it worth more money? And that's what people choose. That's what the bean counters choose. The proper business people, they choose that. They don't choose what you can make an absolutely rock solid guitar that'll last for 100 years. And this will outlast 90% of the guitars you can buy today. This will outlast, assuming somebody doesn't set fire to it or break it or drop it. But it's but that doesn't make more money. No. Can you not, instead of building it really well, can you put baked maple neck on it and stainless steel frets? Like the cheapest, shittest possible baked maple and the cheapest, shittest possible stainless steel. Don't do any. It's really expensive to work to fret level the stainless steel frets. Don't fret level them. Doesn't matter if it's crap. We just want to be able to put in the advert it's got stainless steel frets and not get sued. So they've got to be stainless steel. Oh, what grade of stainless steel would you like? What's the cheapest grade of stainless steel you can possibly get that legally is still able to be named stainless steel? That's what we want. Oh, but that'll be really crap for guitars. Doesn't matter. Same with the baked maple. It's like, oh, we want baked maple. How long do you want us to bake it? Normally, you're meant to bake it for 6 hours or 12 hours to get the best thing. What if you bake it for 6 minutes? Will that make it cheaper? It'll be cheaper, but it won't really be. That's fine. on a Pacifica. Pacifica. I think all Pacificas are good value. The problem with Pacifica is, there is a slight thing I was saying is, should I buy a Pacifica brand new? And it is kind of like, can you not buy one that's 2 years old? Like, wait a couple of months and try and find one that's a couple of years old, because the price fucking drops like fuck. You know, they do. And as I was saying, I got my pal there with a 604, it was a 604. Because it had four single coil pickups in it. That was like a 500, 600, £700 guitar, like 5 or 10 years ago. And they paid a couple hundred, 250, 300 quid for it. If you're wanting, basically, if someone's asked me, it's much more sensible to buy a Squire Telecaster, not a Strat. Don't buy a Strat. If you look to buy a guitar, probably again, buy a Telecaster, because you never, ever, ever find Squire Tellies for less than 100 quid. And they cost the same. They're 150 quid, exactly the same as the Strat next to it. Exactly the same. But you can pick up the Strats all the time. Lots of them. Look at the number of guitars. Jen's bought about 20 of the fucking JPAX guitars or Squire Strats that cost 50, 60 quid. Very few. There's a couple of Telecasters, because Telecaster, they cost the same to build. Be a bit sensible. That's where the Yamaha thing comes in. It's like buying a new one. They just drop in value so much. But the thing is, they're fucking amazing. I had a Rev Star, the cheapest ones, a 320 or a 220. Honestly, me and Scott played it, looked at it, was like, go fault it. And they're like, not talking about fault it for the price, just fault it as a guitar. And it's like, and both of us came up with, be nice if it had a coil split. That's your fault list. It's not the Harley Benton that had 16 major faults before we got to the body, starting from the headstock. It was, be nice if it had a coil split. I put a coil split in it. Done. Push, pull, pot, coil split. Bingo. That was it. It's like, and you're sitting, well, what else would you change? It's like, pure, well, I kind of like the candy apple red. Is there another colour? That's it. You're like, fucking bit. Ridiculous. Second-hand markets. The problem with using the same tarp, I'm getting disgusted here. Second-hand market is the way to go. Yes, but the problem is there is a scare factor of not knowing, because you can get ripped off from the second-hand market. But Telly's actually be cheaper since there's one less pickup. But yeah, it doesn't have obviously to build it must be cheaper, because the bridge just doesn't have the tremolo and the springs and as many moving parts and an arm and all that. So should be. That Thor does have G&L American pickups. This is my pal Ian, who bought a G&L guitar. One of the not the expensive range, 600 quid or something like that for the, is it an ASAT it's called? But the ASAT comes with the real G&L pickups, are the proper American ones. So these are the same ones that are in the £1,000 thing. Is up here? He uses a lot of gain, like this much gain, and he struggled with the noise with the P90s, and it's like, well, the problem that I think with the P90s is, yes, they are noisy, but see if you get hum cancelling ones, they don't sound like, the noise is part of what makes a P90 because it's a big single coil. Whereas if you get a P100, is it called? So he got, I mean, the ones he put in it were fucking 400 quid for the pickups. The ones that he put in his G&L. And I was like, up here, can I have the old ones? Up here, yes. It was up here, yes, here we go. Selma Godin with the Seymour Duncans in it. Convert my 2 pickup Thor sounds to having these in it. I've got a P90 guitar. This is my Black Sabbath guitar. I don't actually play Black Sabbath very often, but this is the guitar I've got that's closest to John Iommi's SG. Very simple. It's not quite an SG, but I like it. Buy a Pacific Telecaster, great. On principle, John, yes, totally buy a Squire Pacifica Telecaster. Go. Find a cheap Pacifica Telecaster. You can find a cheap Pacifica Strat with the Strat-shaped Pacifica for £100. Not finding a Telecaster. So from that point, that's it, Mr. Whitesnake. Leo Fender was a genius. It's obviously he's a wee bit touched, but it's like, you know, it's like, I totally no. I like Leo Fender. I don't know, but obviously I don't know him. But I mean, his principles seem to work really well. No, it's great. Oh, you watch Scott Grove, Pontiac? Yeah, I'd already started my YouTube channel for a couple of years before I ever saw Scott Grove. In case you think I'm copying him, but he kind of validated the way I'm doing these videos, because I was doing the videos for a couple of years and going like that, Pura. Oh, I should really edit them and fucking, you know, put up the things that go, oh, and fuck that. He just fucking turns on the camera and talks shit and isn't worried about people being offended by his opinion. When I was like, up here, I do that. How come I've never seen this guy? It totally, I was really worried at the time, going like, I've been fucking copying Scott Grove. Okay, he's been in proper bands in the 70s, but it's like, no, fuck it. Are hum cancelling single coils humbuckers? No. Hum cancelling means you get two coils that are opposite wind and opposite magnetic polarity, which cancels the hum. So they can be in series, they can be in parallel, and they will hum cancel. Like these are. What was it? Someone just said there something about. I'm going to stack this tube in the fuzz. Right, so there's the fuzz pedal. Right, so there's not a lot. I don't know if you can hear this. Right, that's me on both pickups. Right, so both pickups are on. They're both opposite wind and opposite polarity, so they're hum cancelling. If I put on one of them, I don't know if you can hear that, but the noise is 10 times as much. Quieter, louder, quieter, louder. Right. So that's a hum cancelling thing. So basically what they do is you get a P90 and you stick another coil in below it, which hum cancels it. The problem is part of the sound of a P90 is the that, which is in the high frequency, which get cancelled if you use P100s. Right, so I'm going to go. Someone said that this is my. Yes, it is before it. This is my Delamo fuzz pedal, which is one of my favorites. Neck pickup better, maybe. Tube screamer going into it. Okay, I can show you that. It is giving it an awful lot of balls. I do get that. Yeah, so I mean, obviously I've not set these pedals up in any way. They're just the way they were set up. But part of the thing I like about the fuzz pedal is I like the 60s horrible fuzz. Whereas if I put the tube screamer on, it's giving it more buzz. But what I'm now going to think is, see if I turn off both those pedals, right, and turn on the pi fuzz. I like the rat pedal. Is that a whole problem with when you're trying to make things sound better? The louder you put it, the better it sounds. So it's rather than just complete. Hey, Simpsy Piper. Sorry, I'm not keeping up with this this chat at all. I'll just talk about what I can see. Japanese Dude has a YouTube channel. Takes battered Japanese guitars, many in fires, completes makeovers, good vids, weird music though from him. Cool. You're doing the large work. Yeah, I work for that fat. Bucket's better. Oh, sorry, no, Pontiac. I'm not. Don't compare me to Scott Grove. He's been a session. Yeah, I know. I mean, I it kind of looks like I stole his idea, but I was already doing it before I saw him. But when I saw it, it kind of validated what I was doing, so I didn't bother with the. Rather than putting out lots of videos where I'm just winging it, writing a script, having cuts in it, having bits where it shows you graphics and shit. The thing is that I could basically, for the amount of effort I do an entire week's worth of videos for, I could put out one 5-minute video with graphics and edited. It's like I'm just being selfish. That's not what I want to watch. I don't like watching those ones. I can get on. I mean, one of the few guitar channels I watch is Anderton's, which it kind of comes across a little bit like what I'm doing. But obviously they've got people behind the scenes, but they've intentionally made it real and live. Obviously they're cutting out bits where they're swearing and all that, and they've got like bits graphics what telling what they're selling, but it is a real conversation. I really struggle with when you get someone who's going up here, yes, and tonight, so well, you're looking at this tube screen, and it's up here, yes, and it's like every 4 words it cuts. And it's got graphics up. It's like I find that very difficult to watch. Just I feel like I want you to connect your amps to a mixer, sort of. But then I've got to do post production and shit like that, which becomes very difficult. I know I should. Once I move, I'll get a proper audio interface, and then I'll mic up the amps. It'd be quite nice to have it in stereo and stuff, but kind of the whole point I started the channel was because I was really pissed off. If you look at my very first 10 videos, my aim was to do a 2-minute video of guitars that weren't on the internet. So the first 10 guitars, like the Schecters and stuff, nothing like that on YouTube. And I wanted to do it. I didn't want to have that view where you get this view where it's just somebody playing the blues along with a backing track, and that's all it is. It's basically here's a demo of an Epiphone Les Paul 1996, and it's basically just playing along with a backing track, playing the blues, and then it comes up on the screen, middle pickup, and I fucking can't stand this. I want one where it's like a person that says, doesn't have to say a lot. I mean, obviously now I'm talking tons of shit, but just to say, hey, how's it going? Look, I have a face. I'm a real person. Here's the guitar. Talk for 2 minutes about the actual guitar, not just this shot that's just the body of the guitar and someone jamming it. And that was my whole point about starting the channel, was doing that. And the other thing was the whole hundreds of effects on and being processed. So I was like, oh, I wonder what that guitar sounds like. And you're listening to it through an effects unit this size with reverb and tremolo, and then it goes into Pro Tools, and then I virtualize it, and then I use the audio. Whereas this, all I've done is that's the amp there I'm playing through. That orange, that's the mic. So no, it doesn't sound like a record, but what you're hearing on that sounds like, without the compression, sounds as much to what it would actually sound like if you had that amp in your room and you were standing, 5 feet away from it. Which for me is like, that's how you should play the guitar. Keep the same furniture. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't work well with the audio levels. I know, but the thing is, I've got to wing it, and it's one of those things that, see, when you've probably seen my videos when I'm on the second or third take, and it's like, it's not the same. It's the same as when you're recording in a band. The first time you ever get through the whole songs, that's the one. After that, you can do another 50 takes, but it doesn't have the energy of the first take because you're repeating yourself. So I find because of obviously none of this shit's scripted in any manner whatsoever, but that's very obvious. But it becomes a more natural flowing thing. It's kind of was it the scripty thing I've tried. I tried once writing a script. I was fuck this, because then you can't remember. Scott, 79p to play War Pigs. What I mean, how far through War Pigs can I get with this? I don't know. Not pretty far. I play the bass in it. Can I play the bass instead? I'm not using the Sabbath pedal. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil-minded plots destruction, sorcerers of death construction. In the field, the bodies burning. Everywhere the war pig's turning. Cast the priest unto the fire. Oh Lord, yeah. Politicians are themselves who work. They understand their work. Why should they go out to fight? Their girls leave it to the pub. Yeah. You get that much of War Pigs for 79 pence. Bear in mind, I could get an awful lot more of the way through it if I was playing the bass. I used to be able to play it, but then I've been playing the bass in it for a couple of years now. Oh, Lord, yeah. Who was the Thor marketer? The style is very relevant to what was going on. You've been working on your tarp, Scott. I think Mr. Whitesnake's gone home, but we all know about the tarp. And a Bon Scott, I treat that as a compliment. A Bon Scott's fucking amazing. We're a rapid one. Oh. Shit, I can't remember how you play this already. Fuck it. I'll just not bother playing that. Suddenly get really drunk. It's like, I did quite well at War Pigs. I'll try and play something else. Nah. Not easy, but it depends what it is you're trying to sing and play. The one that really got me, a couple of months ago, Brian, the Aussie, cancelled the studio. the night before we were doing the studio, so we had to pay for it. It was like, well, we'll just go in, and I fucking wrote out the words and just sang most of it. See, if I'd known what I knew at that time, it's possible we wouldn't have got a singer. Because the one song that I tried singing before was NIB, and I really struggled with it, but I could do it because I thought that was easy. All the other songs fucking fine. You know, like obviously I played the bass, not the guitar, but yeah, back in that. Going home late last night, when suddenly I got a fright. I looked in the mirror and decided what I saw. A fairies with boots are dancing with a dwarf. Alright, now. No, depends what it is. Be right back. Yeah, we fill up your track. The Thor Concord deck didn't last long. Transitional ideas. I think it was just turning out the idea of turning out the bet. It's like there was a bit of a fight going on between the Japanese companies, but see, I'm totally not wanting to be offensive to Japanese people here, but see, Klingons where honor is a thing, and basically kind of like that, which I shouldn't be offensive, be proud of it, but it's like that whole thing about they were trying to churn out all these companies. Okay, a lot of them were made in the same factories, but Aria, Washburn, Ibanez, Fernandez, Burney, Orville, there's 20 makes. We're trying to produce the best guitar you could get for, I don't know, 200 quid, 400 quid, whatever the price, the best guitar you could make for that. And there was a rivalry between them all. You know what I mean? They were all fighting to go, Aria Pro, here's our cheapest guitar. It's £150. I don't know how much this cost. And so they'd be looking at it and go like that, Pierre, yeah, let's have a look at all the other good. And there's a rivalry. They're fighting each other, but the thing is to make the best guitar for 150 quid. It's not to make the most money on a guitar at 150 quid. There's a huge difference there. Because other guitars that cost 150 quid have turned to dust. I mean, this is cheap. This is probably cheaper than a Marlin Sidewinder. You know what I mean? And it's like one of those things that just because the output socket's in a stupid place, clearly I'm just drunk and not used to it. Right. But the difference is, like, this is 10 years older, 15 years older than a Marlin Sidewinder. I bet you all of these still exist. Because, okay, the tuners have been replaced on this, and so have the bridge pin, the bridge saddles. But that was the thing. The thing was this honor thing where you're trying, there's a rivalry, but it wasn't to make the most money, it was to make the best guitar. So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to make the best beginner's guitar you can get. And this is how you make the best, cheapest guitar. You barely paint it. Hello, Gibson Modern with their tribute Cs with all the light paint. That's what this has got. Oh, it's got a one-ply scratch plate mounted parts, all there. They've tried to make it as cheap as possible, but they've tried to make it as good as you can get. Very difficult. Coming of age, sorry. Catch you later, Biff. Cheers for joining in. Thanks. If you can give me a like on your way out, that'd be smashing. Did Eddie Van Halen invent the metal guitar? No. But you got heavy metal. I don't know. Let's not get into the argument about when heavy metal came out. I had a fucking argument with Scott the other night. He's like, "Up Black Sabbath invented heavy metal." No, what about Beethoven? Like, fuck off. You know what I mean? Yes, I get it. I know what you mean, but yeah, it could have been a Sabbath riff. Yes, I get it. Is that better than da 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 da? Basically, it's the same riff, apart from backwards. So yes, okay, you get that. Being slowly between people, I tend to miss the topless darts Kit Kats. I have memories of being annoyed at coming on before a good car program. The Sloan Ranger is a female. Well, there you go. Well done. Cheers. Yeah, we do. I know. I always knew that it's been a while since I looked at my global audience rating shit thing. And it was, I remember currently, it was for a good point, but it was 0.4% female. Yeah, pure sexy me. I mean, pure pulling in the women. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not. Yes, you're a lady, so I would open the door for you. But I would still talk to you like a person. I don't really give a fuck whether you're female or not. You're either cool or you're not. That's like, obviously, I've not got women knocking down the door for that reason. But has anybody in here seen a woman? I saw one. You see, before lockdown, I saw a couple of women. Fucking great. Up here, it's like they were kind of different. They were slightly shorter than me, and they had like big nipples. Fucking weird. Weird that they didn't have as a deeper voice. It was bizarre. It's like, oh, fucking amazing. Yeah. Yeah. Gotta love a serious conversation, don't you? I don't really think of anything that's. You saw a woman in 1987. I think I remember that. I was in Glasgow. I was so 1987. I would have been 87, 88. I'd have been 9. I think I remember seeing her. Was she wearing like a red jumper round about sort of Buchanan Street, like an actual woman? Fucking hell! Wow. Yeah. Women in Glasgow. Yeah. Yeah. And you're talking about in Paisley, it's like pure that includes any cats, dogs, or I mean, actually, I saw when I was in Paisley. I was in Paisley. I was dropping off I fixed a guitar for a guy who worked in. Oh shit! It was a really good sounding venue as well. I go through so many guitars, I can't remember what I fucking did, what kind of guitar it was or anything. And I was basically when I was 15 minutes early. It was chucking down rain, so I was sitting outside in the car on the main thing. And it was like basically what looked like. I'm not saying they were. That would be totally wrong, but I'd imagine if you went to like Thailand or something like that, and you saw like hookers walking down they kind of looked like that. It was like pure. They were really short and wearing really sexy. It's like pure. I didn't know you got. You know, like ladies of the night in Paisley at 4 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever it was, but it was up here, but it's quite bizarre, quite shocking. That was I saw like there was 2 of them, so I saw 2 women, and it was this year. Really, they were gorgeous, but really small. Like, see, their heads were like this size. It's like, wow. Your first pro band was you and 3 women. That sounds interesting. Be a different sort of groupies you would get after a gig then. Yeah, no. Drain rods. I don't know what that means. Blondie, I think Blondie. I was like, roses, baby. No reason. Cover me in my sunburn rivers or coming. Right. Whether I was one of the guys I go to download this, I don't like any music the women sing. Right, okay, there's differences, right? ABBA, Blondie, Baby Metal. If you haven't heard the new Baby Metal song, which only came out last week, I wasn't super impressed with their last album. I've got the posters up because when I first heard it, it was like, I've never heard this before. This is entirely new thing. And it was like every song seemed to be entirely new. It's like, this is something else. You know, you listen to what music's coming out, all the new metal and stuff like that. Oh, that's the same as Black Sabbath. That's just the same. No, this was like pure. I've not heard that before, genuinely. And the first couple of albums were fucking amazing. Their third one was still really good, and their fourth one came out, I don't know, 6 months ago or something like that. And I got it. It was like, yeah, that's kind of a bit normal. It's like, there's not really anything upsetting about it. But their new song they just brought out the other day with Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine in it. You class yourself as a music-y fan, check it out. It's fucking something else. Even though Baby Metal have done so many songs, they've got 20 songs, which I would put on and go, fucking listen to this. What, you think you've to impress people? Listen to this. It's pure fucking crazy shit you would never understand. It's mental, something you've never heard before. The new one with Tom Morello is like that. It's called, I don't know, Metallic, something like that. But it's, again, it starts off with like the Japanese is what is it called, a koto, the sort of one string made of an armadillo sort of guitar fretless thing. It's got that in it, and you're like, up here, ding 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 ding. It's up here, it's kind of right, and then in comes the rhythm, and the rhythm is from some kind of music you've never heard before. Like, fuck knows, it's mind-blowingly good. I know Scott's not a huge fan because there's too much, but fucking hell, Baby Metal, they're back. You've not heard me talk about their latest album because I wasn't really that impressed, or to be honest, even the last two, but their new song is pure something else. It's like, nah, and then it changes, and you're like, nah, and it's like another bit. Like, it's really exhausting, and it sounds like it lasts 20 minutes. So it's like 3 minutes long. Fucking amazing. Saw Blondie in 1999. Oh, they must have been past it in 1999. Thought the Stones were past it in the late 80s. The late 80s? Fuck's sake. Of course they were. I thought they came back. I mean, I saw them. The third gig I ever saw was the Stones at Wembley on the Voodoo Lounge tour, but that was kind of... The Stones are kind of funny because they didn't necessarily write new music for a lot of their albums. A lot of it was because they spent 2 years in like a castle in France writing songs and doing nothing but taking drugs and writing music. You know, it's like 2 years is, you know, that's 600 days in the studio. So even if you're pure out your head, 600 days, that's a lot of songs in there. So what they did with the Voodoo Lounge one was they went back and listened to the tapes for all the songs that they never actually made it onto Sticky Fingers. And it's like, but really good. Oh. Scott doesn't like the Stones. He's worked with them, but I like the Stones. I still think if you're looking at like one of the best greatest hits albums is Hot Rocks, apart from the Midnight Rambler. But I mean, the Stones do have in the 60s, 10 songs that are fucking brilliant. They're not no argument. Like Paint It Black and 90th Nervous Breakdown and Mother's Little Helper and Satisfaction and Under My Thumb. Those are fucking brilliant. Doesn't matter who does them. Those are in the category of fucking amazing songs. So they deserve it for that. And that's just the 60s. And then they kind of did, by the time they got to Sticky Fingers, they got their thing, which everything would sound like from then. Even then, I don't know. I like some of the disco stuff and all, like Miss You, and it's fun. How does it off? She drops a kebab. All right, I don't understand that. Brian Jones era Stones are awesome. Well, yeah, totally. But I mean, the thing is that yes, the Brian Jones era greatest hits poppy stuff is awesome. but their best stuff is after that. Really, you're talking about Sticky Fingers as their best album. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether you like the Stones or not. Yes, it does have Brown Sugar on it, which is fucking Brown Sugar again. But I mean, the rest of the album's fucking great. I mean, for me, it's like Satanic Majesty's Request, Beggar's Banquet, Lesser So, Let It Bleed, Sticky Fingers, Lesser So, XL Main Street, Goat's Head Soup are worthy of a listen, whether you listen to anything. It's fine, you know what I mean? Greatest Hits album goes to Queen Greatest Hits Volume 3. I've never heard Queen Greatest Hits Volume 3. I have heard Volume 2. My pal Michael had it and he got it signed by Doug Boyle, who was in Caravan when we saw him, but was also Robert Plant's guitarist for about 5 years. And he was like, I can't sign this. This one's worth like money because it was worth 30 quid or something. Michael's like, when you go sign it. I took actually at that gig. Michael bought that record when we were in Edinburgh. He bought Queen Greatest Hits 2, and I took in the inside sleeve of Robert Plant's Manic Nirvana, folded up and in my pocket. So I was like, "You sign this, Pure? Fold it out." So I do have a Manic Nirvana signed by Doug Boyle. Doug Boyle, fantastic guy. I love the guy. They did rip off an awful lot of American black artists, of course they did, but not like the songs that I'm talking about. The pop songs. Under My Thumb, 90s Devil's Break, Mother's Little Helper, they're not steals of the original blues ones. I know that fucking all the ones that are shit, even like I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna be. I'm gonna give you a love me. That still was a good version of it. Very high in the percussion. Once you learn how to play the guitar, know a little bit of music, you listen to the early Stone stuff, it's like, my God, there's a lot of hand clapping and maracas and all that shit in it. Prefer the Who over the Stones? I think Scott does. Fucking the first two Stones albums were covers. Yeah, the first one is anyway. Rolling Stones #2, is it? Yeah. But they were kind of lively covers of the Beatles' first fucking couple of albums, and you're talking about at the same sort of time. Were all originals. But the thing is that no, Scott, I get what you mean, but when compare that to something like Oasis, where they take the actual bit from the song that they're ripping off. Me, yeah, I'm your top 20th century bard. At least they fucking credited the people that wrote the song, not Pure. Sorry, I've got to get the rhythm right. The difference. I think, to be honest, think someone like I know it's not an excuse, but in the 60s and shit like that, damn it. Right, you have to give me 2 seconds. I'm going to get a can of Strongbow from the. I'm not opening that bottle of buckets over there. I'm going to get a can of Strongbow from the fridge, which I had left over from Welstonbury. But I mean, yeah, we can argue about whether the Stones and the Who and all that were really good, and they were obviously stealing music from elsewhere. Of course they were, but Led Zeppelin were worse. Sorry, I'll catch up. Everybody loves somebody. Yeah, but the thing is that the Stones did an awful lot of covers, but they were choosing individual. They weren't choosing greatest hit songs. And unlike Led Zeppelin, they credited the person they covered the song from. Jimmy Page and Robert Plant. Steve Marriott's version of You Need Love. All right, okay. Yeah, so it's different. You know, there's different elements of it. At least the Stones were said that it's not, they didn't steal. If you do a cover of something and do it in a 60s pop group style, well, as opposed to being like an old blues song, well, you look at it and go, who wrote the song? Oh, it was written by Muddy Waters. All right, okay, cool. Maybe I'll look out the Muddy Waters version. Oh, and who gets paid for the songwriting royalties? Oh, Muddy Waters does. Whereas you look at Zeppelin, it's like pure, I wish I could play it. Sorry, I'll just any fucking Zeppelin. I'm gonna do all the things I best I can. Good times, bad times, know I've had my share. The woman next time when the banner died, and you're not good to care. I was like, oh, who wrote that? Oh, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant wrote that. So who gets the recording royalties for that? Oh, Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, because they wrote that. What about the Howlin' Wolf song that's exactly that fucking song? It's a total cover. So there's my argument for the Stones. At least they were honest in saying this is a cover of a song. If you look in below, it says this was done by Willie Dixon. This was a Muddy Waters. This was and okay, they've made it up. They've cheesed it up. It doesn't have the same, but they didn't just fucking take the song and put their name on it, bastards. Sorry, guys. You're going to watch it tomorrow when you're sober? No, watch it now, Alexander. Watch it now when you're drunk. I'm playing the Thor sound, which is very similar to your Harry Cardinal, apart from uses humbuckers, and this originally had single coils, but it's a fucking same guitar. Some of his not those €1 pints of had to take their toe. They're all a bit sauced, you know, right? Name a totally original band. Baby Metal, fuck off. There you go. And they're a modern band. Can't support anything with Bill Wyman, how the others didn't kick him out of the band. Sorry, I know, Ruben, I know. Yes, there was a lot, but I've heard, well, hopefully Scott's got to bed and does, because he did he toured with him. So he knows, but yes, he was a creepy little fucker, so he was, yeah, totally. Guy Stevens, producer, gave the British R&B bands a repertoire. He had the African American dance records. I don't know anything about that. I blame it on AI. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. It's that whole thing about, I don't know. And I suppose you got to look at the intention of it, though. Do you know what I mean? I know. See if someone says something that offends you, right? Someone's like, "Pure, oh, you really shouldn't do that." Are they just being a dick, or in their mind, are they trying to actually help you? Is their intention to be a good thing, but they fucked it up and it turned out to be a bad thing? That's different from let's rip this off. Yeah, that's a different thing. You got to look at. It doesn't really matter what the result is, but what was it actually intended to happen? Do you know what I mean? Oh, I tried to save that guy from falling off a rooftop, but on the way, I kicked somebody in the face when I was trying to save that guy and he jumped anyway. But I did kick somebody in the face. But the reason I kicked somebody in the face is because I was trying to save that guy from dying. So in my head, it was like, stop that guy dying. I'm sorry I stood on your face because you were in the way. You know, it's like, That's different from this guy just kicked me in the face. You know, it depends. It's an intention thing, even if it doesn't work in. Yes, I'm not. No, Bill Wyman is a bit. He also plays. I went to see him. Actually, it was a gig that I didn't. My pal talked me into going to. I wasn't really that keen on it. It was Bill Wyman and his Rhythm Kings at the Royal Concert Hall in Glasgow. This, I don't know, what, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Up here, fuck it, okay. And the thing was, his band was fucking amazing. It was up here sitting there, and G went to the back. My pal G went to the bog or something like that. I was up here, yeah. Alvin Lee was up here. Albert Lee was up here. Aye, that's his guitar. Is that? I wonder why there Albert Lee video concert DVDs in the merch bit. I recognise the guitar because he's got like a really horrible looking music man. He was fucking amazing on the guitar. You could hear him on every note. It was brilliant. But that was when I heard, you know, the really, 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 really bad song "Dancing in the Street" by Mick Jagger and David Bowie. After this, look up the version that's got the soundtrack removed, so it's them just going whatever that's called. Fucking great. But actually, I really enjoyed Dancing in the Street because they had like fucking all these people. I wasn't really sure who they were, but like 60s pop hits people in the band. It was amazing. Oh. But I mean, I know Bill Wyman was appearing. Oh, he didn't marry that. What was it? I can't remember what the girl's name was in 1981, who was like 17 when they get married. And I appear, 17 and he's 46. Well, that's okay. That's pretty dodgy. And they get married. Up here, yeah. It's like, so when did they meet? She was, I don't know, 3 or something. Something pure ridiculous. No, it's kind of a bizarre thing. I don't know. I think there's a fuck about Bill Wyman anyway. Not part of the Stones. I don't know. It's like when you read into these things, ultimately, of course it matters. Of course it matters how they got there. But the thing is, they do have an amazing greatest hits catalogue from the 60s and 4 albums after that are pure banging awesome. So that's, I know that's not an excuse for someone who's dodgy or whatever, you know, or whatever they did to get there, but they did. The ultimate thing is, if all you knew was Hot Rocks by the Stones, it's great. I don't think they really stole anything out of that. Do you like Devo's version of Satisfaction? I also like the fucking Stones version of Satisfaction. You know, I mean, they did accidentally do shit that was stuff that we don't really think about these days. So it's like, oh, fuzz pedal. Well, of course, fuzz pedal rock and roll. I was going to say, fucking 23 people watching and only 30 likes. No, that means everyone's liked. That's cool. Cheers. But yeah, I don't really know. I mean, Scott, don't talk to the man there. Fucking can sort of play Country Boy because he did a fucking tour with him. Mr. Scott, pure. I've been on tour with lots of musicians. Yeah, I played with Jesse Ray. Yeah, there you go. I know you have, Scott. I know. Sorry, I'm being offensive, but I'm drunk. To be fair, Scott is a person that doesn't tell you. It doesn't name drop immediately. Name drops a wee bit, but not like some people who name drop. I don't name drop. I mean, you could talk to me for half a time you met me before I say, yeah, I played bass for Jesse Ray, and Jesse Ray's like, in the far of the pure super top pop stars, he had a top. Did he make it to the top 40? A top 40 single in 1986. Ah, there you go. I recognise the name, The Alarm. I don't know who that is. I don't know what they have. The Cranking House demo 2 songs that we did, which I didn't want to do because I didn't like the band and I would fallen out with them and I thought the bass player was shit and we were just arguing all the time and fighting. But they booked a studio. I've worked with the producer from Wet Wet Wet, who did "Love Is All Around Us." That guy, and I got on really well with him, man. It was fucking. It was brilliant. We went in, was up here, yeah, we can't go to the fucking studio. We're shit at these two songs. We can't play. We've not been in the studio we've not rehearsed for 6 weeks. It's going to be fucking awful. Cancel it because I wanted to leave the band. Cancel it. So I've already paid for it. Just do it anyway. Okay, I'll do it. So we went in, and I can't remember the guy's name. He was up here. Yeah, as soon as I went in, he was up here. Is that a real 86 Roadster? I was like, aye. What was that one? Up here. I think we're going to get on all right here. And it was up here taking in, I think I took in, was it Softtech or something? Took in an amp to do overdubs, and the plan was we were going to, do a sort of basic rhythm track of us just playing in the recording room and get the drums live, and then we were going to overdub the other shit. And it was up here, yeah, okay, well, do you want to just play a rhythm track just now, just so we're, because I didn't want to be doing it all to a click track. I thought if we were playing, it's fine having Ali the drummer in next door, me the bass player and the singer, we'll just sing a guide track, plugged into like amp sims and shit. And he's like, up here, so what's that sound? You was like, up here, you know what I mean? You just priest JCM 800. And he's like, up here. And then the bass player started playing. Is that the kind of the sound you want? And the bass player was like, up here, I don't know, whatever you like. He's like, up here, fucking straight in, and he made his Epiphone EBO sound like a P bass. Right? And then we did it. And we did the rhythm track, and he's like, up here, play along with a guide vocal, drums, and I was like, yeah, okay, it's fine. He was like, up here, right, okay, do you want to do your guitar part again? I was like, to be honest, I thought it sounded pretty good just using the fucking plug-in thing. He was like, up here, right? And I was like, up here, do the overdub. It's like, right, time for the guitar overdubs. He's like, up here, that's fine. Okay, cool. Let's do that. And he's like, up here, do you want to, we'll go through next door and set your amp up? And I was like, well, to be honest, actually, it sounded pretty good just using the plug-in thing. And he's like, up here, right? And then it was like pure one pass doing the solos. He's like, right, okay, cool. Yeah, no, brilliant. I was up here, right. And he went back to the start of the song. He's like, up here, right. Listen, like, see that bit there? Put something in there. I'm like, up here, a wee diddler. Like, right, okay. And then the next bit, it was up here, and it was like, it was fucking brilliant. The guy pure clocked me immediately. It's like, pure, do this. And we're going to see that, it was just me and him. So there's a big bit there where there's nothing kind of happening for 4 bars. I was like, I know, I'm sorry. I tried to say like there's a big gap, but we finish the end of the chorus, and then we all go 1, 2, 3, 4, and it comes into the next bit. And he's like, right, fuck it, bang, chops it out. And there was like all these bits. There's a bit of a gap there. Stick a wee diddly in. I was like, up here, right, there you go. And it was fucking great. Loved it. He was a great fucking producer. It wasn't fucking expensive. It was only like 300 quid or something like that between for an afternoon in the studio, and we got 2 songs done. Amazing. Yeah, mad thing said about Marty Pello. I forgot if you missed the strippers. You did miss the strippers. The strippers were giving it full on. I heard something about Marty Pello was the only person to leave. Was it Paisley he was from, or Clydebank? The only person to leave Clydebank and then start taking heroin, as opposed to I don't know who Glenn Michael is either. Glenn Michael, what a legend! What you're talking? That's bizarre. I was thinking of him the other day. Glenn Michael's cartoon Cavalcade, which I always thought was a bit creepy, but I was thinking about it for some reason. I remember watching it, and it was showing you the like speeded up footage where it went from like Edinburgh to Glasgow on the train, like speeded up in 5 minutes. Oh, why the fuck I was thinking about that, I don't know. Cricket House has a place in the scene. It possibly does. I mean, I still got on with all the folk. I mean, that Wolstonbury thing, that festival we were at, I was there. It was Ali the drummer. It was his festival. It was his garden. I was talking to Pat, the singer. Fucking loved him. Saw Nick, the bass player. The guy who... The problem is, it's like, I didn't dislike the guy. I don't think he disliked me either. We just fundamentally disagreed on what rock music should be. Do you know what I mean? It's like he told me that the bass is meant to be boring, and it's like, no, the bass isn't meant to be boring. It's like, that was it. See, if he thought the bass was meant to be interesting and cool, and something you could play lead guitar along with, we would have got on fucking great. But he didn't. He thought the bass was meant to be boring. I wonder what he thought. I wonder if he understood it. Because obviously I was drunk with my Buckfast jumper on, hoodie, playing the Black Sabbath stuff. And I wondered if there was a wee in his head. I don't think he necessarily agreed, but I wondered if he realised what it was that I was trying to get him to do. I mean, because obviously the Sabbath stuff, there's huge instrumental breaks. And during all those instrumental breaks on the guitar, I'm fucking all over the place in the bass. Not necessarily doing exactly what Geezer Butler did, but the same feel where it's like, right, there's now no rhythm guitar riff, it's just solos. So I've got to fill out everything that the rhythm guitar and the bass should do so that it doesn't just go whoomph and you've got a guitar solo. I've got to fill in all those gaps. And I think maybe when he saw us, he was like, kind of, he would never admit it. I think maybe I don't agree, but I kind of understand what it was you were trying to get me to do. It's not a case of playing really complicated stuff. It's just a case of putting some oomph into it, trying to drive the band. True story, dated some strippers back in the day. I wish you did. Yeah, I've never met a stripper, I don't think it. Jack's need to fit those sounds. Aye. Which rings do you measure? Aye, we're getting beyond the what? I don't think I'm dirty enough to understand what you guys are talking about. You're talking about tree rings? Which rings do you mean? Did you date a stripper? I don't know. I'm not. Yeah, whatever. How'd you date a tree? Okay. Yeah, sort of. Oh, sorry, I read. I'm obviously the Bucky's working because I saw tree. Obvious supergroup idea: Ringo, Paul, Pete Townsend, and Roger. Why? No. I'm such an innocent. I'm sorry. Why would you want Roger who? Roger Waters playing the bass. Ringo, you get Paul McCartney on bass. You don't need no Roger. Daltrey's a dick. Sorry. Why is the Strat the most copied guitar on the planet? It's a good question, and it's really fucking annoying because I was talking about this earlier on about why can't you? If I was advising someone to buy a new guitar, I want to buy a new one. I'm going to buy a new Squire. Which one? Buy a Telecaster. Because if you don't learn to play the guitar and you give up in 2 years' time or a year's time, or you decide that you want a more expensive guitar, the Telecasters are worth so much more fucking money, but they cost the same as Strats to buy. It's like, here's £50 and a week. Find a Squire, find a Stratocaster to buy. Absolutely, 100%, I could find you a Stratocaster for 50 quid. A decent one, not for a choice. I wouldn't be buying Burswood or Swift. It'd be I could get you in a week a good Stratocaster. Good after I've fixed it up and made it work. But no, worth it. 50 quid, no problem. Telecaster. Give me 100 quid. I'll give you a week to get a Telecaster. Maybe. I might be able to find a Telecaster for 100 quid. Maybe. So it's just silly. But I don't know why this. But the thing is that the thing is when someone says electric, I'll go for myself. An electric guitar for me. If someone said electric guitar, the one that comes in, it's that one, but it's red. That's an electric guitar. Whereas if you'd showed me this, I wouldn't know because this is wood or like a Les Paul. If you'd asked me when I was like, when did I start listening to music? When was bad? 1986 when I got my first Walkman. So I would have been 8, right? Maybe 8 or 9, right? When I got my first Walkman and listened to it, and you'd showed me that. What's that? That's an electric guitar. If you'd showed me a Sunburst Les Paul, what's that? That's a guitar. because I didn't know that a Strat was made of wood. I don't know what I thought it was made of, but I didn't know that. Whereas like a Les Paul was like, oh, it's a guitar. I don't know, is it an electric guitar? I don't know, because I know that you get like another kind of guitar, the one that you strum. So I don't know. It's all in there. Hang on, Daltrey at the end of Tommy with his shirt off overrides any flaws in his personality. Yeah, the Lone Ranger, I totally get it. When he's standing in the waterfall, when he's climbing up the waterfall with his nothing but denim flares on, and then it's like he stands like that and goes, listen to it. It's like the sun comes up behind him. Yeah, yeah. I mean, the number of times there's a couple of films that I can watch forever intensely, ever, and I don't even need to watch them. Flash Gordon and Tommy. They both maybe at the start, not so much, but once you get to that end, but I mean, once you see basically Tommy, like the DVD, the 5.1 surround sound mix DVD, when you get to the bit where he smashes the mirror, that from then on, that's me till the end. I can't go further than that. And it's like the whole we're not going to take it, but we're not going to take it. Dun, dun, dun. I mean, I know. I mean, I feel like with Scott, he doesn't have any love of the Who at all. But the end of Tommy is the last 20 minutes or whatever it is, when he basically from Smash the Mirror on, and Tommy is just, it's everything. It's more than Rock Band. It's the realization of this is what it was meant to be. When you hear Tommy, the original version, some of it's fucking amazing. But it's just not quite. It's you can hear that it's there, but it's not quite there. And then you get the Live at Leeds version later on in the Isle of Wight, where it's like, there's other elements, and then you get the end of the film, and it's like, yeah. It's like there isn't. They never did the perfect version. They just. But I mean, when you start getting into the end of Tommy, fucking that bit where he's climbing up the hill in the Lake District, we're listening to fucking something else. Amazing. Hawkmen Dive. I used to be in a band, Kit Kats. We played Flash Gordon. I played the bass. I'm not. Yeah, but we did that, and we played that in the 13th Note one time, and we were playing Flash Gordon. We did with the Flash Gordon medley. We had Flash, obviously, and then there's a CD of it. I should probably put it online. So up here, forget it, Ming deals with me. Bum 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 bum. Football fight, going into Attack of the Hawkmen, going into Crash Dive on Mingo City with Flash approaching, and after the first part of it, doing the actual song, there was folk on the ground just pure on their knees going, pure worshipping us while we were playing it. There's only about 50 folk there like that, and then it was like pure. You could see them going up here. We got to the end of the pure dung 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 dung, and then it was like pure the da 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 da, and you could see them just go, oh my god, they're going to do more. Because we had a synthesizer player who was really fucking good playing the mono synth, but we were and the na 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 na. Yeah. Flash Gordon. Amazing. It's not Flash is alive, it's Gordon's alive. But yeah, Daltrey is a bit of an arsehole, but he is really good in some stuff, but I just don't ever watch interviews with him. I actually saw him 2 years ago in the Armadillo, and he was a bit of a fucking tit. It was really difficult because it's like I kind of know his stance on I'm not going to mention the B word, and it's not bastard, bollocks, or bum shark. Name for a band. It's the other word. that rhymes with exit. That I can't mention that because I'll get demonetized. No, I've not smoked tonight because I reckon that is what's getting me demonetized. But he's up here, yeah, really difficult doing this tour and putting together. He's got like fucking 10 musicians on stage, including Doug Boyle, cool Doug Boyle, who you never fucking heard enough of, arsehole. He's up here, oh, it's pretty ridiculous. We've done 14 dates on this tour, this UK tour, and it's like, it's only on the 10th date we actually broke even. And you're just like, up here, yeah, sex it, moting tanker. You know what I mean? Fucking you! Fucking Court, it was so obvious if you did anything that was going to really screw anyone trying to tour Europe. Of course it was. I've never seen Listomania either, but I know it's a Ken Russell film, and I've got the album. It's really scratchy. I bought it for 50 pence, but it's really interesting. I need to see it again. But we're looking forward to this. Catch you later, Trackcaster Ian. Yeah, we're getting a bit ridiculous. I think we should have a fucking... How do I do it? Is there any way we can have a group watch of a film? Where we sit and fucking we watch a film and I'm like in the corner and we can just talk shit during it? Because, I mean, obviously, we're talking about films we've all seen hundreds of times before, but imagine what it'd be like sitting watching Tommy and shit like that. It'd be fucking amazing. Twitch, I don't understand Twitch. I wish someone could set it up for me. It's really annoying. Yeah, catch you later, Ian. Cheers. It must be a weird. It'd be pretty cool. There's a few. I mean, there's some films I could. You know, you get films that. These are music ones though, so you can listen to them. You know, music films are different. Sex at Moting Tanker. Yes, go for it. Yeah, Neil, you are shouting at the screen. He's right, you know. He's right. Shouting at the screen, aren't you? I know it. No, it would be fun. What would be on? What would be on the list? Right, Flash Gordon's fucking on it. Obviously, it has to be. What else would be on the list of films that we could all sit and watch together, sort of thing? Not it doesn't need to be super quality because we've all seen them hundreds of times. Red Sonja. Oh, Blazing Saddles. Oh, come. The thing is that, see, I could ruin Blazing Saddles for every single one of you because every single fucking line in Blazing Saddles I could say 10 seconds before it comes up. Buzz! Look what I got here. No, everything. The Life of Brian, the Holy Grail pure blew my mind. The Life of Brian less so. It's still awesome, but the Holy Grail more for me, I think. I don't know. Even then, it's not a Flash Gordon. It's not a... I'd maybe what? I don't know. We need to have the music on for Red Sonja. Rest of Natives. Oh my God. But then you'd all see me cry. The Rest of Natives, because Rest of Natives is fucking amazing. And it's like basically, as long as I had control over it, because it has to be a point of, we'll play the whole thing, right? With the volume at 3/4. And then it'll get to the bit where it's, I'm going to try and play it. That bit, and then that bit when we're going up here one more time to Stratholt, they go down the stairs into the lift and they kick out. It's daylight and they're playing that song, and then the motorbike starts. That bit, I would have my stipulation would be I would be able to have the volume at 3/4 until that bit where he kickstarts the motorbike, fucking full volume, and then no more talking. It's just rocking and crying. That's how Rest of Natives goes for me. The Rest of Natives you have to watch. Oh man, first time I watched, I don't know. I was kind of, I didn't know. I'd never heard. I've heard the name, but I'd never seen it until relatively 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Oh, it's fucking the most amazing. Paddington 2, Scott. I've never seen it, but I do know it from that film. Did I watch it up at yours? The one where it's Pedro Pascal and Nicolas Cage playing himself. It's mentioned in that. Has been pure amazing. Blues Brothers, yeah, that's all right. That is quite funny. The bit with the nun. Yeah, okay. Blues Brothers is one people know about, but it's good. Get a Twitch. I don't know. I'm too old to do these things. Harry and the Hendersons. Debbie does Dallas. Airplane. Oh, fuck off. Airplane's another one. That I would. I'd be able to say every line before it came on. And the problem with Airplane is it's 3 hours long, because obviously, what do you do once you've watched Airplane? You watch Airplane 2, obviously, because it's just as good. Although I do need to find the Airplane 2 apparently was done by a different company. So it came out on like TV in lots of different versions. And there is, like, instead of being 90 minutes long, there is a 2-hour cut because it came out in so many different versions. And I've seen an extra another 20 minutes of it in snippets, not in a whole thing in the actual film, but in snippets, another 20 minutes. And the jokes are just as good. So somebody should be able to make a 2-hour instead of hour and a half version of Airplane 2 that's just 2 hours long. And the jokes that they cut out are just as funny as the ones they left in. So we need to find that. Debbie does soul coats. Senga does say, how are you going to film that one? Senga does say how. The Naked Gun becomes the problem is in Stone Rangers that the Naked Gun. I think I saw that the Naked Gun 3 times in the studio, in the cinema. The problem with the Naked Gun is it's fucking amazing, but Police Squad is better. If you've never seen Police Squad, then just get on YouTube and look up Police Squad. There's only 6 episodes. Oh my god. I've cycled through Police Squad 100 times. Gregory's Girl. I've not seen Gregory's Girl for about 20 years. So yes, we'll watch Gregory's Girl. And I can point out things because I've not seen it in 20 years. And in that 20 years, I've driven through Cumbernauld hundreds of times. So I will know exactly. You've noticed it in my fucking Out in the Panda videos anytime I'm driving through. Cumbernaulds only. I can see it. Well, I can't see it. I can see it from my house in Lenzie. I can see it at the fucking window. You know, it's like it's only, I don't know, 4 miles as the crow flies in that direction. So I know fucking Cumbernauld built some houses in Cumbernauld. You know, it's like I know the area. My pal Michael, his wife Fiona, her brother was meant to be in the football team in Gregory's Girl. Like, you know, the bit where they're playing football. He was like, "Do you want to stay back behind after school and be in a film and get acting, and you get like a tenner?" And he went like, "Up here, acting's for poofs," and never did it. So there you go. Yeah, fuck it, how do I do that? I can't do it instead of a live stream. What night do we do it? Let's do it. Let's have a fucking film night. I don't want to sit and drink though. It'd be pretty funny. Last time I was in Cumbernauld, I was picking a Marshall stack and I get super lost. It's mental. Cumbernauld it's like the Newtown thing. It's mental. To be honest, Scott, I think I've got a Twitch account. I just don't know how to use it. I remember setting it up and just going, what? Just go, film night, but a cheesy 80s horror. It has to be something I really liked. It's like, I'm not really a film buff, but I mean, we could sit there are, I don't know, there's at least 10 films I could watch infinitely forever. You know what I mean? Erskine Prince is it? Yes, I get you. I get you. Erskine's a new time, but at least you can see the bridge, so you know. Yeah, I totally understand. Totally agree with you, man. My pal lives in Erskine, and it is kind of, you know, like, although the trees are quite high, and you're just kind of driving about, like, what the fuck? I remember actually having to, when I was working as a courier, having to go between two, like, if you look at it on a map, here's the road, right? Two big estates like this, and there was it was only like 100 yards long, but it was a total, you can't drive on this bit. It was like, I don't know if it was a bus lane or a field or something, but to get from here, which is where I was, to here, which is where I was meant to be, I had to go out there, down there, round there, down there, round a roundabout, round there, round another roundabout, round a roundabout, back up there like that. And I just fucking drove across a fucking field in my car because it was like, I could see where I was meant to be. I had the paper map before sat nav. Spinal Tap. Yeah, Spinal Tap's a bit mental. The problem with Spinal Tap is you couldn't talk through it because you'd have to listen to it. Whereas that's what I'm thinking, something like, you know, like your Fifth Element, just drop that one in there, or Flash Gordon or Tommy. You can listen to it and type shit because you've seen it so many times, you know. Fife. The Stepdad, 1987. That sounds like a highly coated tarp film rather than one. Let's start off. We'll work our way into these things. You know, I'm sitting there thinking about films to watch would be, what we're going through. Tommy. I was going for my favourite films of all time. The Room. I've heard about The Room. I've never seen it. I've heard it's pure terrible. But I'm going to ruin it for everyone, and everyone's going to unsubscribe. Let's watch Krull. Oh, Krull. Who's seen Krull? I do like Rocky Horror. That's fun. That'd be a fun one. But Krull. Let's watch Krull. Fucking Krull. Fucking amazing. That's the best music ever. Can I even play anywhere? We didn't drop the pick. The music in Krull is fucking amazing. I've never managed to work it out to play Krull, but that's been the first time in 5 years I got further than I normally did, and I'm drunk. Rocky Horror, but dressing up. No, no, that. No, the thing is, it's got the main song. What's it called? Is a really good song. The one that's really good is there is a really good song in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I watched it in China. I bought the DVD and took it over and watched it with Civet, and it was like pure about halfway through going like that. This is fucking really good. Why have I never seen this before? Really enjoyed it. Grease, everyone's guaranteed. I've never hated Grease. I'll be honest. I'm sorry. I've never been forced to watch it, but I'm loving. It's got good songs in it. Is it not? Who Grease Lightning as well? It's a bit silly. And I'll say I've not seen it since I was at school, but I don't think Grease is shit. I'm sorry. Maybe it would be if I watched it again. I know the film Staying Alive is shit, but the music bit's good. But I think Grease is kind of all right. You're all talking too fast for me. Neighbours at Crowd Belushi? I don't know. Yeah, fuck off, Kenneth. You've just hit me with one that I can't. Top Secret. Grace is another film I saw and some actually involved in actual gang fight. Yeah. I can imagine it. There's like half the people just going, fuck it, we're the greasers and yeah. But Top Secret is no. Top Secret's a sick film. I remember watching that. My pal Mo one time took it round. Maybe I bought the DVD or the video or something. I'll stick on this Top Secret. I've not seen it in years. It's pretty good. And we watched the first 3 minutes or something. And then I looked at Mo and he was bright red looking at me. You all right? Like, ah! And then there was a guy where I think it was a Nazi, I shouldn't mention that word, a German soldier came in and had like, the German helmet on with the chin strap. And he took the hat off and the chin strap stayed. And Mo was literally on the floor. It's like, what the fuck is this? I can't deal with it. And it was the best time I've ever watched it because it's such a good fucking film. It's so funny. Top Secret is, again, top tier. We're talking Flash Gordon. I don't know. Tommy's not in my top 10, but it'd be a good one to watch. Conan the fucking Barbarian is immense. I've watched Grease every year on my birthday since I was 15. I'm 49 now. Yeah, okay, Sloane Ranger, we now believe you're a woman. Yeah. I need to have a look at Das Boot. I remember watching it because there's a couple of versions of Das Boot. I remember watching, I think it was the older one that was in black and white. It's not one of those ones where you sit and get drunk and have a laugh and talk shite in the chat on. It's one of those pure super moving. I'm glad I watched it. It's really powerful, and K-19 the Widowmaker is fucking brilliant as well. I saw that first and thought this is something else. This is absolutely one of my favourite films. And I saw Das Boot and it's better, basically. But they're just like, I don't know, it's when you see they're all going to die. And it's like, the guy, engineers trying to get the engine to work. And he's like, you all right? And he's just like, yeah, we'll make it work. And it's like, he totally doesn't believe it. Oh. I can't believe I mentioned Tommy and not Quadrophenia. Quadrophenia is a film, though. I mean, arguably it's got some of the best music in it, but that's a film. Tommy's not a film. Tommy's pure sillier than that. I mean, Quadrophenia is great. I've not seen that in 20 years. But I kind of remember it, but there's like talking bits and it's a bit dark and it's not a Tommy. Whereas like, what's coming up now? Oh, it's Elton John as a pinball wizard. Diddly 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 diddly. Yeah, not quite the same. I think, to be honest, that was the first time I'd ever heard. I'd already knew the Who before I'd ever heard anything by Elton John and liked it. And I was up here, my pal G's up here. You must like Tommy. It was on TV. This is how long ago it was, on a 14-inch. Oh, no, never seen Tommy. I was like, up here, I know Pinball Wizard, but I bought the album and didn't really like it. It was dead long, and I like Pinball Wizard. Young Frankenstein. Again, I've seen it. I saw it not that long ago, within 10 years. I quite enjoyed it. It's not in my one of those films that I could watch a million times. I'm trying to think of the film, one of the films that I could watch a million times. It's not necessarily ones that are the best films, but ones that I could watch a million times. The song and dance at the end. Yes, I know. It's fucking great. I need to watch Das Boot. It's like one of those things that there's films that are pure amazing that we'd all love to watch, but there's also the ones you've seen so many times. You know, the ones that you can quite comfortably do it when you're wiring a guitar, or if you're a lady, you're sewing buttons onto your dress. You know, I mean, these sort of things. It's great because you don't need to 100% watch it, but at the good bits you can look up and watch it. I do that when I'm working on guitars all the time. You know what I mean? Not so much sticking on Star Wars, but other films you're sitting there, you're listening to it, and you're fucking fidgeting away with adjusting shit and sand and stuff, and then it's like, oh, I'll watch this bit. The bit where crash dive in Mingo City with Flash approaching in brackets. That, that kind of thing. I'm a mod revivalist from the late 70s. That and the two-tone was very interesting. I don't know. I mean, the thing about the mods and the rockers thing was basically the first time I saw Quadrophenia, I must have been, I don't know, 18, 19, something like that. I did know the Who weren't one of the bands I had albums of, but I had Who's Better, Who's Better, Who's Best, which had, it was a greatest hits, but it had You Better, You Better, You Bet Her, which I never understood because it was from like almost recent time for the way I was looking at it. So that's like a new song. I don't know who's better, who's best. It's what, 1980. The song You Better You Bet. It's like what, 1981 or something, 1982 or something like that. But I don't, the Who for me was the 60s, and you've got this song that didn't really stick out, but it's still a great song. Oh, Mr. Whitesnake, you're taking the piss. No, because Wrath of Khan has the same music as Krull, apart from not quite as good, but it's got the that bit when they're going into the nebula. He's going into the nebula. It's like, fucking, I spit at thee. In fact, Mr. Whitesnake, I don't know if you've probably seen this, but this is on my wall up here. My wee brother moved out, he left this, and I was like, I'm having it. Can I get this on all on the screen at the one time? There is Wrath of Khan in one canvas print. That's all you need to know. Can I get to that one? I can. There you go. No, I can't. Yeah, but that's it. That's all film. That's it. All you need is that and the James Horner soundtrack, and it's fucking brilliant. I was not letting that go in the bin. There's not enough room for me to put it up anywhere else, so it's on the wall you can't see. I mean, you can see 90% of this room, but I had to do that. But yes, let's watch Wrath of Khan. Let's get a list. Get a list of films, and we'll fucking set up a night that's good for everyone, and a time that's good for everyone. And we'll work out. Moving out of the charity shop and find a DVD. Yeah, but I mean, can I just watch it on a pirate? Well, no, I suppose it might cut in a little bit. I mean, to be honest, a lot of these films we're talking about, I bought the DVD and I've got the fancy version. I need to work out how to actually do it. I'm just not very tech savvy. In fact, I don't even have a DVD player set up. I've got a DVD player sitting in the attic that I've not used in 10 years, but I need to work it out. Das Boot is very cost forward. Yeah, that's what I mean, I know Das Boot's amazing. It's like, yeah, totally stunning, but it's not sitting with a few beers talking shite in the chat type film. You know what I mean? Some films are. My husband loves Star Trek. I leave him when he wants to watch it. Yeah, but look, the Sloan Ranger is like, obviously not the Wrath of Khan. That's different. There's Star Trek, and then there's the Wrath of Khan, because it's good if you're not a Star Trek fan. It doesn't fucking matter. It's like there's no way that it's possible that you don't like the Wrath of Khan, for fuck's sake. Unless you're... I don't know if I've ever met somebody who didn't like the Wrath of Khan. Commando? Ha! Yeah. Obviously, we go once you start going down that route with a Commando, Predator, RoboCop. In fact, the Verhoeven trilogy. Let's get fucking the Verhoeven trilogy on. RoboCop's Total Recall, Starship Troopers. Yes! Fucking awesome. Hey, Ben, you're too late. We're already talking crap. My lad Mark does everything with his mates. He'll show you. Yes, get him to do it. Maybe just do it at your house, Scott, where he can actually be, not invigilator, what's the word I'm looking for? Modulator. That sounds good. Rockies, I don't know, the Holy Mountain. Yeah. I know, it's like, that only works if you know the film. I fucking know the film, and yeah. I think if you come on with when you start talking about the Holy Mountain, you start talking about that period. Yeah, let's listen to some Alan Holdsworth. Kind of that. It's that sort of thing. Yeah, totally. There's one Star Trek film that's all right. Hang on, I'll go and ask. It's fucking. There's no point, Lone Ranger. It's the Wrath of Khan. It's the Wrath of Khan. Nobody's going to fucking. It's the Wrath of Khan, for fuck's sake. It's got. Oh God, I can't remember his name in it. It's got pure I spit at thee. It's like a follow you round the rings of Kairos and the nebulas of Gratos. Oh, fucking great. The Voyage Home. That's a cheesy one with a fucking no, it's not the Voyage Home. It's the Wrath of Khan, and also the one you forgot about, which is the one with Christopher Plummer in it, where he's a Klingon, and he's so unbelievably loving playing the part. You know, Christopher Plummer from The Sound of Music. He's a Klingon in Star Trek 5. I can't even fucking remember which one it is. The one I saw in the cinema. That's how old I am. But it's fucking great. The one where there's a thing about Klingons and shit, and he's quoting Shakespeare, even though Shakespeare's obviously a Klingon. Fucking brilliant film. There's enough in that one to make it good. That one, Wrath of Khan, Voyage Home, shite. Everyone else shite. I've heard the odd number Star Trek films, but that doesn't work because one of the ones that's good is that one I'm talking about with Christopher Plummer in it. So 2, Wrath of Khan, 3, Search for Spock, which is all right. It's just not as good as Wrath of Khan, but I think they used tons of footage that was left over. That's 2, 3, 4. 4 must be the Voyage Home. 5, I can't remember. Is it 6 that's the one that I like? I can't remember. But yeah, Kit Kats, I know what you're saying, but you're definitely it definitely doesn't work. It's totally yes until you actually look at them and you go, no, hold on. Voyage Home is not one of the good ones. Yeah. Jewel, I haven't seen that since I was about 10, but I remember it. Save the Whales, Voyage Home, Greta is proud. That was the bit I was going to fucking put on. That was the bit I was going to mention. The only bit that's good is that bit, the bit where it's like he's got to get like a big old style ghetto blaster and a punk haircut, and it's like also double damn hell on you or whatever it is. Yeah, no, okay. I'll be honest, I've not seen The Voyage Home for 20 years, but it was never a super cheesy, amazing one. Also, the bit where Chekhov's, they're dressed in all leather, kind of because that's what they wore in the 80s. And he's got up here, yes, hi, I am looking for, where do you keep the nuclear vessels? Asking the police, and they're like, we're looking for nuclear vessels. And then obviously they get arrested. That's quite funny. Christopher Lloyd is in that's The Search for Spock, I believe, sort of. I don't know, I can't remember. Fucking ridiculous. But yeah, totally. Mail me a fucking list of shit things to do. Get Scott's son, who's young, therefore tech savvy, to show me how to fucking put this crap on, and we'll sit and watch crap film, or not crap films. We'll sit and watch the best films ever made with a wee chat going. I don't know. Can we talk? I don't know. I don't even know what's possible with these things. I'm just trying to think of other films. It's one of those things that I remember films that I hadn't really thought of that are. There's so many films that you know that you've seen 50 times and you're going to watch 50 times again. It doesn't necessarily mean it's your favourite films of all time. You know, it's like if you ask me what's the best films ever, the top 10 are not films that I've watched 100 times, but there are films that I've watched 100 times and I will watch again. For some reason, The Fifth Element is one I know I will watch that every 2 years for the rest of my life because it's brilliant. I know I will watch Krull every 2 years for the rest of my life because it's amazing. And other ones are up there. Livestream building a guitar from a block of wood. That's going to be a bit difficult because I've got to fucking be covered in sand. Hot Fuzz. Sorry, Scott. I know it's good. It's good, but it's too new to be. And I'm just not even going on the same page of the book as Wrath of Khan, Tommy, Conan the Barbarian, Flash Gordon, the Verhoeven trilogy, Aliens. You've got to watch Alien and Aliens, don't you? Really? So watch the Star Wars trilogy. Fuck's sake. Lilo Multipass. You know, my wee brother worked in the cinema for like, I don't know, 5 years or something like that. The big multi-story cinema, the one that's like sitting, the one next to Buchanan bus station. He worked in there, and they were bringing out a new pass, which meant that the staff who worked there could get in to see free films. And he suggested, we've got to call it the multi-pass. We've got to call it the multi-pass. And everyone went, and it was called the staff pass. I was like, really? We burst up here. Aye. Like, who are these people? Fuck them. You know what I mean? Obviously, so you can go multi-pass. That's the whole point. And they were like, up here, no, let's not call it the multi-pass. Let's just call it the staff pass. It's like, what the fuck are you working in a cinema for? Bastards. I don't get Blade Runner. I need to watch. I don't understand it. I've never got it. I never understood it. Running about Buckfast Telly. He's on. He's on today. His brother bought it. It's fuck, I'm drunk, so I can't remember. But yeah, it was someone's brother. So it's all right. It's gone to somebody cool. It's not gone to just some arsehole. It's gone to somebody's brother. So we know it. They were playing it the other day. It's not. So I mean, the thing is, I'm glad it went to somebody who's going to appreciate it, because I was going to try and buy it back, and to be honest, I would have bought it back and just fucking stuck up for 150 quid and sold it, because I'm a dick. You know what I mean? Because it was mine. But I mean, I'm glad it went to someone who wanted it. Spinal Tap. Well, yeah, totally. What was the? It was Bad News. Bad news. It's not a film. It's a thing. Maybe I could find that. I've not seen that many times. It's like pure. Yeah, I think you'll find that I could play Stairway to Heaven when I was 14, and Jimmy Page didn't even write it until he was 21. I think that tells you something. Bottom. You just been insulting, Scott. That's where it came in. It's like it's just called Bottom. There was when I was in that blues band with Paul a couple of weeks ago or a couple of months ago. Is that there? The next one's up here. You know Bottom, and I'm like, that's not a question you get. You know Bottom. You know, up here. Yeah, that thing with Rick Mail and that. Yeah, totally. But you just asked me if I knew Bottom. You know what I mean? Yeah, because we did a song that was kind of similar to that, but a quarter of the speed. Guitar Safari, but you drive the Panda to France and get Les Stratocaster. I quite like that. We could actually do. There's a camper van Super Safari. Volume 2 is coming next weekend. And instead of Troy, we've got Jen. So that should be interesting. Who doesn't like being in videos? So I'm just going to be really offensive to her and not put her in the film. It'll be fine. That's a bit of a guitar safari. So yes, possibly. So that would be where we're going Saturday. Saturday night Livesteam. It could be done. And I've got a battery operated bass amp now, so we can have bass and a couple of guitars and talking shit Saturday night before the Sunday night 5 o'clock. Yes, right, it's done. Enjoy my God. Cheers, Neil. I don't know. Honestly, I've been recording. There is maybe 50 videos like that I just didn't bother fucking putting out because it's a bit shit. The thing is, I'm really worried about is I don't want it to damage any views I get. Dive stream and remote forester, battery amp and Bucky. Yeah, exactly. We did that before. It was kind of ridiculous with the wee red bass before when it was still red. But I think I'm just kind of, I don't want to pander to the YouTube algorithm and all that crap. I don't want to do 3-minute videos or 30-second videos like they want me to do about things that we want me to do. I don't want to do that. I want to do what I want to do, whatever the fuck it is. And I just feel that putting out the ones during the day, which I think is funny. I mean, I've not put out any of these crappy in the car driving with the terrible audio and me talking shit and insulting people and basically saying things that I shouldn't. I don't want to put them out as a proper video. So I feel that by sneaking them out in the afternoon, you've got the choice to, ideally what you want to do is pure click on it, click like, watch it for 10 seconds and go fuck it, not watch it again. That's fine. Or leave it on. Or basically what you to do is click on the video and then go and make dinner So it just, you don't need to watch it, but if you could let it run, that'd be fucking awesome. Guitar Safari Holland, yeah, well, camper van safari. That's like Loch Ness. Well, I don't know. JP, you fucking Scottish? You know, it's like Dundee, Loch Ness. Not really. It's just kind of Dundee, Loch Ness. It's not quite next to it, but we could try it. May I suggest Edinburgh Pawn Shop post the festival safari? Those artists going to pay their bills. You think so, Ken? I mean, I understand that. I should have actually been in. My pal Wayne from Leicester, I go to see. I go to download with every year. My pal for fucking about 10 years, something like that. He comes up to the last few years. He's come up to the Edinburgh Festival, and it's not that I didn't want to go. It's just the amount of money it would cost me to go and see him, and I wouldn't be able to drink. And it's like, I don't really want to go to the Edinburgh Festival. It's just money. It's so expensive. You know, it's a couple £100. It's fucking that amp, that Jim Deacon bass, and a week's worth of food and another guitar is to do that. And it's like, I don't really want to go to Edinburgh. I should though. The guitar supplies are like, you're going to run to the Mighty Panda, just let you talk while I drink tea and eat cakes and biscuits. Sort of. I mean, it's like, I mean, obviously, you know that I used to be, I used to drive a truck. And it was like, oh, it was like a removals company. So the way I looked at it was that, see, if I wasn't actually driving, there's two of you driving down the fucking York or Birmingham or something like that. It's kind of the driver's got to drive, and the person who's not driving, it's their job to entertain the driver, and vice versa. So anytime we ever went down to, on these long trips, it was always the idea of sitting for 4 hours in silence or listening to the radios, not on. We're talking, we're going to talk absolute shit. Doesn't matter what we're talking about. I don't give a fuck. We're going to talk about anything as long as it's completely pointless and makes the time pass. So that kind of thing is basically that's kind of what I'm doing when we're driving down out in the car. It's like I don't listen to music in the car anymore because it's not really. You've got all the wind noise. I've never really been a super fan of listening to music in the car. But it's nice just having somebody to talk to, even if they don't listen back. You know what I mean? Because obviously, when I'm talking to you anyway, I don't listen. You fucking say whatever you want. Have I managed to make it to midnight yet? I have. Yes. Turned into a pumpkin. And I might not get demonetized because I've not smoked anything. I didn't smoke. I mentioned it, but it could be talking about chimney smoke. It doesn't have to be talking about fags. You could drive to Buckfast Abbey and see what guitars you could get. Imagine that. Wow. I'd love to go to Buckfast Abbey just for the sake of it. Wear this t-shirt. Oh, I'd wear my spandex jumper. I can't believe I got away with that at that gig we did at Wolstonbury. I turned up and I was like, ended up pretty pissed before we went on. I was wearing my spandex Bucky hoodie and we went up to be playing. It wasn't genuinely, I hadn't even noticed until we'd started setting up and I put the bass on and it was like pure, oh fuck, we're ready to go. And it was like, I'm wearing the fucking Buckfast hoodie. Nobody gave a fuck. I think it went all right. I hope I didn't. No one said anything anyway, so that'd be fine. Yeah, they're going to Holland would be fucking brilliant. See if we didn't have mega racist bastards and stupid folk that voted us out of the fucking EU like total turnips. I would totally come and see you, Mr. White, because it wouldn't cost any money to get there. I wouldn't even need a fucking passport. I do have one, but it'd be super simple. No. We've got Britain. Fuck off. You know what I mean? Sorry. And a tarp. Used to do double man HGV nights to 10 night. That's exactly what it's like. Only I don't need to drive. Yes, exactly. And you can pause it and go for a shit. You can fly to Holland. It doesn't. I mean, it's to be honest, to get to Holland, it's not really that far. I think there's a. Can you not get a? No, the English stopped it, didn't they? There used to be a a ferry that went straight from Recife to Holland, I'm pretty sure. But it's like, oh, we can't tax you. Got to use the Channel Tunnel. But, you know, well, you can fly as Bulk Hogan. Totally up for that. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like, just because your name's Bulk Hogan, I mean, I recognise your name. I don't know who you are, but your name's Bulk Hogan. So you're obviously funny as fuck. And that would be a brilliant thing, man. As long as when we at fucking, I don't know, Prestwick Airport's probably the cheapest one to get to, or just a field. But I hope you've got the headband and you come out and you go, hi! It's like a big pointing finger. It'd be fucking great. Get a helicopter from Cumbernauld. The thing is, it's like now that I went further, I know that to get to Amsterdam it was like it's a 40-minute flight from Glasgow Airport. Fucking nothing, because I was like, when I was in China, it was like 40 minutes to get to Schiphol Airport in Amsterdam, and then like 8 hours to get to Beijing, and then 4 hours from Beijing to Shenzhen. Some, that kind of thing. So it was like, by the time when I was coming home and I got to Schiphol, it was Schiphol, whatever it is, the Amsterdam airport. It was like, I'm home! Haha! Look, white people, wow! You know what I mean? Everyone speaks English. Brilliant. Might even be Scottish people here. It was great. And it was like, I really felt, it's like, I'm home. Even though I was fucking in Amsterdam, which is still, I don't know, a few hundred miles away anyway, and across the North Sea, it was still, I'm back. Here we go. And it's like, I'm home. It's just, it's like kind of that whole last minute walking up the drive type thing. It's bizarre. When you start looking at things, how far away things are, just because you've just been on a 10, I can't even remember how long the flights were. I think it was 10 or 11 hours was the longest one in one unit I was on. But then at the end of that, you're in Beijing or Chengdu or something like where I was in China for a month and I saw one white person. She was a girl on the metro and she was away over at the other end of the thing. And I kept trying to make eye contact and she was just pure, which is really nice. I was like, up here, she's got up here, I'm white too, hello. To pick you up from Glasgow, Cumbernauld Airport. Yeah, totally. There is an airport in Cumbernauld. There's one. I remember when I went in a scout camp. I think it's only for Cessnas, but Cessnas are cool. I remember, I don't know, how old are you when you're in Scouts? 10 or something? I remember having a camp in Westerwood in Cumbernauld, and there was planes, like Cessnas coming into land, and we were all in the field, like in below, jumping over the shadow of the plane. So it's there. In and out of view under the radar with a few guitars, cigs, and booze. Yes, totally. I could take some Washburns over for Mr. Whitesnake, and that'll be great. Glasgow Inverness or Glasgow out every night. A slow HGV. What a bastard, I can imagine. No customs in Cumbernauld. No. I don't even find a fucking anything. Is there even a roof in Cumbernauld or a thing that you got? It's like, oh, you want some petrol? It's like, and it's a barrel with one of those thingies on it. You know, it's like, flying to Idaho was the worst. I had Glasgow to New York. Then out to down on the bus before getting a 4-seater plane back. The back hours. It sounds fun. The departure lounge, I can imagine it is. Like, departure lounge is just 2 hay bales in below the overhang of the side of the shed. Got you. I've never been to Cumbernauld Airport, but there is one. That's only because I went in. How we're talking about 1978, 1980, about 1988, somewhere in Westerwood or Westwood in Cumbernauld, which is only fucking 4 miles away from here. There definitely was some sort of airport. Sky Hub. You want some petrol? There's a barrel. That's it. Yeah, totally. No, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's really bizarre. See the difference? I don't know what Civet thought when she came over from China. Because I mean, I was going to places like Shenzhen and Chengdu and Beijing and all that, and the airports were quite different from Glasgow Airport. Glasgow Airport is literally there's nothing. It's like the wee shitty corner in one of the big airports. It's nothing. I mean, Glasgow, Scotland is not big. I wasn't really aware of how small and basically how lucky I am to live here. Because I mean, when I was in the plane, looking out the window, and you would see Beijing and Shenzhen, It's as far as you can see in every direction, city. You know, I don't know, 50 miles in every direction. And one time coming home from, it was a clear night and the sunset was just going over the campuses, and we were coming in, and I could see Edinburgh, Stirling, Kilsyth, Glasgow, like that. Basically, all of Scotland out the window from sea to sea. And in China, that was all city, in cities you've never heard of. And we're talking about, I was like, well, up here on the way, I can see everything. And going over Shenzhen, you've got that as far as you can see in either direction for half an hour, doing 300 miles an hour. Kind of bizarre. Kind of bizarre. Oh. Oh, I don't like helicopters. You can't jump out. Parachutes are used. Parachutes are they? Why are they useless? Surely, if you jump at, you can jump at as long as you're. I suppose if you're at a low height, but if you're really high up, surely you just jump out and wait until the helicopter's just a wee pin in the distance, and then you can stop. Scotland's is big if you're very short. I don't know. The runway at Glasgow Airport is near as big as the whole city. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I mean, I have to say that considering the amount of effect Scotland has on the rest of the world, it's fucking tiny. Do you know what I mean? It's like, see if you look at, like, I don't know, something like, you know, in America, something like Texas. Texas is this size. Britain is this size. Scotland's that size. I was overseeing I had a girlfriend in China. It was fucking amazing. It's just really annoying that after the COVID thing and all the price hikes and stuff like that, it went from, the last time I went to China, it was £280, so $300 for a return fucking flight to China. Plus, I didn't have to pay for accommodation when I was there. I basically made money going to China because I brought back 4 Telecasters in my suitcase. I never took any with me because I didn't need any clothes, because basically Civet was like, oh, it's up here. I've decided I'm going to stop dressing like a skater punk. Fuck it. So that's why I've got like the Grateful Dead t-shirts and the Nirvana shirts. I'll fucking just wear your clothes. Fuck it. I don't care. It's ridiculous. That was the Paisley. It was fantastic. Be next to the airport, as I could just walk there with my pack. Well, there you go. Yeah, totally. Bulk, yeah, you're right. Scotland has all the resources, but we don't. They're not our resources. No, they're not ours. They belong to Westminster. We can buy those resources back from Westminster at a greater price than anywhere else. Let's not talk about Scottish independence. So many inventions in Scotland because we have nothing better during winter than foot with stuff in the shed. If you ever wondered about Scottish inventions, look up, there's a, on QI, you know, with Stephen Fry on it, there's a bit where he reads out, there's up here, yeah, people say Scotland invented things, and he reads out a list, and you're just like, it's about 3 minutes of everything you've ever thought of. Everything. Everything was fucking Scottish. It's like, fucking hell. Everything. No, it can't be. Surely not. Everything Scottish. Everything. Fucking clever folk. But stupid. I'm in Scone. Yeah, we went to Bandside. We went to Scone Palace. Scone Palace? Doune Castle. No, we went to Scone Palace by accident on the last camper van safari. Because I was like, Scone Palace, is that right? And we got right up to it, going like up here. This isn't the Monty Python place. So we did a 3-point turn, came back out. Doune Castle. We went to Doune Castle instead. So I know where you are. Just turn up and buy an aviation fuel. Oddly enough, can you? Well, there you go. New Mexico's the same size as Wales, England, and Scotland. And we have 2 million people only. Well, there you go. Yes. I don't even know New Mexico. I know Old Mexico. I'm talking about going to crash up and jump out of Yes, I've never been in a helicopter. To be honest, when I went to China, I still put that as one of my greatest achievements. When I went to China, I'd been on a plane 3 times. Once to Amsterdam, 45 minutes to see John Fogerty, my pal. Once to London, half an hour to go to a gig. Don't know, did we actually get a plane to London? Maybe we didn't get... No, I think I went to London once. Can't remember which gig it was. And then back again to Amsterdam. So the furthest I'd ever been was 45 minutes on a plane. And then I went, and that was with my pals. And then I went to China on my own. So 45 minutes away, I was as far away from home as I'd ever been. And I still had an 11-hour flight. And then when I got to China, another 4-hour flight, which puts it in perspective a bit. China's this size and Beijing airport's here. And that was 4 hours from Shenzhen, from Beijing to Shenzhen. This is China, right? And here's Europe. I'm in Scotland, going to Amsterdam, 45 minutes. And I'm in Holland. That's the sort of time thing. It's ridiculous. Oh. Oh. Love school food there twice when I was in Perth Music College. Carnegie was a Scottish immigrant. I don't even know. I'm gonna have to. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to end the stream. In Kinross, Perth and Kinross, used to go going past for debt. Lovely part of the country. Yeah, I'm kind of wanting to smoke, and it's now. I'm past my time. I've finished my. I've not finished my cider. Okay. No, nothing interesting. No, I'm about to give up. But how can I give up when I'm such a fucking diva? I'm not. So I don't even got a guitar on anymore. It's like, 22 people are watching. That's a fuck. I've played many gigs with less than 22 people watching. And people are actually meant to be there. That doesn't include, 22 people, including the bar staff and the security people and folk who have to be. You know you have to be, or okay, one of you've gone. Okay, cheers. Spend some time in the Middle East. That would be you're talking about like Bathgate, Hart Hill. I played a gig in Bathgate. I've never been anywhere. No, that's what I mean. My globe-trotting in complete order is Amsterdam twice, London, I don't know, half a dozen times. Up north, it didn't really count, does it? I did that in Inverness. And I remember buying exactly the same sausage and egg sandwich for 99 pence in Northern Ireland, Inverness, and Paisley in 3 days. And it was fucking exactly the same sausage and egg sandwich, which is always the one I went for, which is actually, I don't know if they still do it. Sainsbury's, Tesco, Sainsbury's. When was the last time we did an Abbertune? Abbertunes are difficult. I need to learn one. There was a time when I could play SOS almost always, but never really worked it out properly. I tried to get the Cranking House to do an ABBA song, and they were like, pure. Well, if we're going to do one, we're going to do Your Mother Should Know, because I played that in a band years ago, so I fucking worked it out. Worked on it out. And then it was like next week in the studio, right? And they're like, what are the chords? Oh, for fuck's sake! It's A. Boom. Fuck off. Nothing. Hart Hill is in the Middle East. Well, I'm thinking going east and it's kind of in the middle, isn't it? It's like you go east and you've got like down the way, you've got, I don't know, like Berwick and Tweed. Up the way, you've got like Dundee, Perth, just east, Edinburgh, Hart Hill. Yeah, there you go. 14 years offshore. Oh, God. I lived in loads of different places, but Lincolnshire was the worst. This is 50 years behind the world. Is that the time machine? I've heard that before. It was what's it called? Frankie Boyle. Apparently, is that here? Yeah, it's like I know a time machine. It's called the Train to Aberdeen. As soon as you get off, it's like, oh, and you're in 1986. Straight up. I don't know. I was in the desert, met her. I would love to. I don't know if I could cope with the temperature. I mean, I fucking struggle when it's hot just now. I mean, it's like, and saying that, I mean, when I went to Shenzhen the first time, Savit told me to bring my long johns because it's winter and it'll be cold. So I fucking took a fleece, pairs of trousers and all that, and we were coming into Shenzhen airport. It was like, yeah, ground temperature 24 degrees. 24 centigrade. Really? So I mean, I fucking went a jacket with me. And to be fair, when I was walking about China for a month, like wearing fucking shorts and a t-shirt, sweating, and there's folk walking about in parkas and all that, like, what the fuck's wrong with you? And I'm like, so hot. Ridiculous. Such a joy waiting on the coal man coming round and running with 1 meg. There you go. Scottish man can stand outside in shorts and t-shirt with near freezing and think it's milk. Yes! Well, that was me. No, literally, we're standing out in the pissing rain, but it's like 20 degrees. So the rain was good. And I'm standing there like that. And there's folk, you know, like if you imagine like in winter in Glasgow, there's folk, you know, their jackets pure like that, with hoods on, pure running to get into shop doorways like that and looking at me and what the fuck is you? And I'm like pure wearing a tie-dyed t-shirt and shorts, just like that. Oh, thank fuck it's so they're pure freezing. They're bizarre. Right. I'm gonna go to bed. Thanks everyone. I really enjoyed this live stream and I managed to do it. I hope I don't get fucking I hope it was the smoking that was putting me into the not getting done thing. The not getting live streamy, shitty, bitty, whatever it is. I don't know if any of you had to watch adverts to get in here, but definitely my YouTube thing went from hitting the £60 a month so I actually get some money to getting £20 a month when I started doing this. But you guys are fucking brilliant. It's like, how I really feel quite humbled. I think it's like basically, see, if you're all like me, aren't you? If you weren't, you would just go, this guy's a fanny and not watch again. So fucking love you all. And thanks very much. And if ever I don't say, I don't know, bulk. It's like, honestly, to be honest, it's like, what do you think of this dude? It's like, what's his name? Bulk Hogan. That's fucking hilarious. You're all right. Even if I've never heard anything, it doesn't really matter. It's like, Bulk Hogan is like, that's far funnier than many, you know, it's like, see something like, you know, you put the band Steel Panther. Bulk Hogan's far too intelligent to be a, you know what I mean? There's a level of humor which has, it's got to be a bit clever. Bulk Hogan, fucking my level, love you. And don't know, I've still got your strategy to come over and get it at some point. No rush. Bucky in pants, the bonus guitars. YouTube is jacking my views. What do you mean you're not getting enough? Funny best, I'm actually Hulk Hogan. Yes! I liked your Scarab and that thing you were on, whatever it was called. Days of Thunder. I used to watch that for the Scarab. Same as like, see, when I was a kid, right? This is really embarrassing. This is what we've got to end on. I used to watch Baywatch, like when it was on. So I must have been, I don't know, 10 or something like that. Because I really liked the Scarab fucking boats, fucking like twin outboards, you know what I mean? Twin fucking 200 horsepower V8. And I would basically, the fucking program was shite. But the bits when they had the boats at the start, fucking 40-foot Scarabs with the twin fucking, I can't remember what the word is, Caterpillar engines. Oh, sexy as fuck. Rock on. Love you all.